Work hard and live each day to the fullest. That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it? Don't we have a job to do? Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
Alrighty, good morning, good afternoon, good time zone. It's another great day, and as you can see, I'm going back to to a game that I haven't played for a few months. I've been playing it for the last
Work
week, but
hard and live each day to the fullest.
um,
That
I'm
is what
jumping
life
back
in Mondstadt is all about,
to
isn't it?
the Genshin world. Been keeping an eye on it. There's quite a bit of stuff around it that was driving me nuts. But they have made some pretty good adjustments. Oh, not like I needed the mail anyway. Collected everything. They've been making some really good adjustments. Like, so you got the 200 resin every day. They've added in the what is it? The visage echoes. Um, I haven't gone up to Act 6. I've got to Act 3 or 4 several times, but they have the
Everything is negotiable, except
you have the axe here, which this is kind of interesting. I mean, it's straight up team building and stuff. So I wish it was a little bit different, but um, but the other thing is, like, I've been watching this stuff for Natlan coming out. I'm very excited. They actually look like they're like it seemed from where they were hitting with story and other things that it wasn't gonna be that. It was gonna be kind of meh, like totally different than you know than what we've gotten advertised. So and the character previews and other couple pieces for it. Actually, have looked pretty good. So, you know, I'm not like upset for Natlan. I'm actually kind of excited for it a little bit, and you know, there's always Monty. The new freaking fire pike, the new fire archon is a mommy. A lot of people are going to be simping for her. She had some leather and other stuff. She had this kind of a leatherish outfit. I wouldn't say it's actual leather, it's more like leather. But, yeah, a lot of people are going to be simping on her. I'll tell you that right now. A lot of people are already simping for her right now. Just based off the little bit we've seen of the Pyro Archon. So. But I think it's going to be like, we'll get like the first part, which is going to be like one way, and then it's going to go... Because they're supposed to have dragons here in Natlan and stuff too, so I think it's going to go another way as well. But so right now I've just kind of been doing stuff to get ready for that, and that's what today's stream is going to be more of, because I'm behind on stories, and I'm behind on hangouts, and I'm behind on all sorts of stuff. I'm not behind on the summer event though, which has actually been kind of cool. The summer event is about right here, Summertide Skells and Tells, and they do a summer event every year, or I mean, just before they release a patch, they'll release something out of here. As you can see, there's this one's kind of we've been doing origami and all sorts of other origami and playing with toys, and it's different than the ones I've done that I've been on for in the past, so yeah, pretty much. I mean, depends on what you're looking for limited as well. I mean, there wasn't any like special limiteds here in this one. Because this right here, the choice letters, it's actually just for the event only. But welcome in, Alistair. Yeah, I mean, the Carrera outfit is limited, but it'll go into the shop, and then you can get a chance at Carrera herself as well. So, but I mean, like if you look at the shop, I know last year's stuff was because this was limited items, and then the Clee's outfit and this outfit here were from last year's. I do believe that these ones were from the year before. So they do end up in the shop. It just costs you. It would cost you money at that point. Well, I kind of want to get Nilu's outfit because I did actually go out, and when I jumped back in, I had enough for 10 wishes and went and wished on Nilu because I didn't have her yet. And so now I have a Nilu. She's down here somewhere. Yeah, I mean, the rewards are in there are also pretty good, though. So, because, I mean, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 150 gems there, 150 primos, plus, that's 300 primos. That's just under 2 wishes. How's it going, Valkyrie? So, I mean, that's just under 2 wishes just with the rewards on this. But then the zone is full of
Let's go.
chests and stuff as well. Simulanka. Most of mine's cleaned up because I've been running around it. But as you can see, there's chests and quests in here, and then waypoints, so you can pick up a whole lot more primos as well. Yeah, I mean, I spent played it for a little over a year. It's, I mean, the big piece of the gacha actually comes here in the wishing event. Um, my week's been pretty good, Valkyrie. But on the wishing event, that's really where they kind of get you in the gacha level, is because people want a specific character. They don't want like Navia or they'll want Nilu. And so they'll go, you know, you can spend quite a bit here in the shop. I mean, that's 6,000 crystals for $100. And this is where they end up getting you a lot. um, but I mostly do it free to play. The only thing in this game that I've only purchased two, I've only bought a couple things while I was here. One was this Blessing of Welcome Moon. Um, basically, you get 90 primos for 30 days, and then you get 300 Genesis crystals on top, and that's $5. So that's like a month, which is about the average price of most games that run a subscription. And then the only other thing I ever purchased into was the Battle Pass. And the Battle Pass is, where is it listed? The Gnostic in here. You really don't need this side, the $20 one, because you can get everything just fine through the $10 one. But that's like a coverage period is about a couple months, and that's $10 American. So um, that's really where they're getting the gacha is more around the characters, so and the banners. So when I look at my archive, like I was actually not Arlecchino was the last character on banner when I was playing. So these three I was not playing on banner for them, and so I never had an opportunity to grab them. They'll come back on banner as well, but this is where they get you is like someone wants Clorinda as a player, a character, or you know they're missing a character, or they want to on your characters you do there's these constellations, which is so you get your base character and then there's 6 constellations for them, which basically power up your character as you go. And so you have to get 7 characters, and it can take up to 90 wishes to do that. So 9 times 7 is, and that's is if you hit them all the wishes perfectly on and everything. Like there's so many factors around stuff in the game that you can kind of be hit or miss on. And so that's where people are spending $2,000-3,000 on sometimes, is just trying to get a character and then C6ing them. It's gonna be a while till I get this one done. I don't care. Like a lot of my play is, yeah, I really like a character, and that's why I've done the Welcome Moon in the past. And the the Welcome Moon, $30 a month. Yeah, they're called wells. There have been people on a specific banner, like this banner set here. When Navia first came out, they would roll for her and keep trying to get her to C6 and pay, and have spent I've seen people spend $3,000 to $6,000. You can actually find them on YouTube, where there's videos where like one of them he forgot. I was watching and it was funny as hell. He forgot to change his card to the correct card, and he got a message from the bank saying, "Hey, there's some shady transactions going on here." Well, it was him charging him, but like I think he ended up about $3,000 spending to C6 a character because he kept losing his 50/50s, and so that doubles your wish amounts many times. So, and that's really where they get you on this. It's either that or, you know, it's basically stuff here in the shop. There's Milu's outfit, which is actually really cute. It's a very cute outfit. Yeah, I really like this outfit. Like, this is her regular outfit, and this is her summertime special. I'm half tempted to just pick it up because I actually do like it on her better than her regular one. Or like some of my characters I've gotten them for, and some of them I don't. Usually I put them in their outfit when I have them. None of these guys have them. Yeah, but like the gameplay itself has actually gotten way better than when I first started. And one of the things that kind of I didn't want to do that. That kind of for me that got me was a lot of the leveling piece, how to level your characters, because I have so many characters now. Getting them up to level 80 to 90 just requires so much. Like, I have to have a bunch of the ascension materials, and then the amount of experience I can pick up in the overworld. Yeah, so like the leveling I can get in the overworld is really low. It's like defeating an enemy, it's under 100. But the thing that drove me nuts is they have what's called adventure rank. You have your adventure rank here, and it goes up to, I think it's 40. But adventure rank rewards 60, so it goes all the way up to 60. I'm like partway there. But the thing is, like, I have my son has one that he plays on one of my other on one of my PlayStation accounts, but his is way down here in the 50s right now because I've been playing on it and leveling it up. But even if when you're way down in the like the 30s and stuff, the amount of experience you get in the overworld is the exact same no matter what your adventure rank level is. And the adventure rank, but the higher your adventure rank, the harder the enemies are. Yeah, leveling in 14 is much easier, I'll tell you that. Because the experience varies by level. I could see if I was getting varying experience by level, but the thing you have to rely on mostly for doing adventure ranks is your books. These books here. That's 20,000 experience for one of these books, and 5,000 there, and then 1,000 on that. And gathering the books, getting enough books for leveling, and then enough sensor material. It's tougher, but I often have plenty of resin. In fact, I was way up. Yeah, and the higher the level you go, the more the books require. And since every character's each like every level, um, like uh, so it takes so to go from 80 to 90, yeah, 80 to 90, every character is 183,175. So every character needs that much experience every time. But the amount of books is not worth it sometimes. There's like, and then you have the weapons are all kind of even across the board. They actually level fairly well. The other thing is you have artifacts that change your stats, and these can get like farming. These can be hard because that takes your resin, and then you have your talents, which takes resin and items to get them. And that's where you can impact a character more. But it's collecting all the certain things you need for leveling your characters, leveling your weapons, leveling your artifact. Well, artifacts are fairly easy to level because you just get other artifacts and put them into it. And leveling your abilities correctly. They've added a lot of things that I really enjoyed. There was a training guide. But I can kind of go in here, and this is based off the player base, and so it would tell you on hers, I can see, what is recommended. Also, certain items you can only get on certain days of the week, so but it tells you the more popular weapons, tells you the artifact sets that most people use on them, where you level traits to, and then their level in general. And you can see it for just about any character. I can go down. I know my Nilu's not set up correctly, but I can go here. I can look and see what's recommended based off of the weapons that I have and what I should put on her. And then also the sets are the same, and then these are based off everyone else. So it's kind of like player-based stuff. There's different guides online that tell you different things as well. So, but there are players that like if it's a character I use more, a lot of times, then it will have what they'll be pretty closely set up to what I need them to be. But yeah, and that's something they added into the game. One of the other things is that
I will always
for leveling your character, you needed stuff like these from world bosses, but you would have to wait close to a minute or so every time that you beat the world boss, and so it would often take a while. They changed that to just like, I think it was like 10 seconds now, because I just transfer right back to where the world boss is now, and I've been beating them fairly quickly when I need them. And they made changes there. They made a lot of good quality of life adjustments over the last several months. And then Natlan's coming in about a month. Anticipate. There's one more banner set to go. And they're going to introduce a new character called Emily. A new 5-star. In that banner set. I don't think I'm going to wish on her. on this account, at least not right away. She may be a later one. Yeah, they've been doing a lot. They've definitely been listening to the player base. They do surveys all the time, and slowly have been bringing in new stuff and improving things that the player base has been looking for, such as character, like just going in and looking at recommended artifact sets. This used to not be a thing. They just added it when I had stopped. And so you could look here and see what best artifact sets to put on someone would be. Hers is all over the place. I don't like her that much. She was just a random level. But stuff like that didn't exist. A lot of that was added, and then the changing on how quickly the bosses spawn. They made a big difference. They made a lot of changes to the quest line and stuff, where you have this focus experience mode, where you would often, if you accidentally started a quest, you could have messed up, and where you'd go partway into the quest line, especially if it was like main quest, and that character would be tied up in another quest, and so you'd have to go finish that other quest, untie up that character, then go back into your main. And so they changed it so that you don't have that problem anymore. And that's a good adjustment for some. Because there are some areas where you can get characters tied up in like 2 to 3 quest lines at a time. So, but I'm gonna jump in the story. I have not finished the Archon quests. Is that the Archon quest? That is. And then there's... Oh, this is Summertime Scales. That's Siege Wings. I started a little bit. This one started on me because I went to Sumeru's Adventure. I went to Sumeru's Adventure Guild and went to talk to Catherine and added it for me. But the basis was there was a cold case and there's a missing person, but nobody can remember their name. And we need to go figure out who they are. At least right now. This one should be a...
We made it to Vamara Village! Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy? If this commission is really as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
This one should be a Dainsliff mission. Because his is usually the last one. Dainsliff and your twins mission, because usually they're right before. That one's always right before you go into a new area.
Hello there. You looking to buy something? I do business in this area.
Oh, no, we're adventurers. Catherine sent us to look into a commission here in Vamara Village.
Ah, so you hear about that then. You're not the first, that's for sure. We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all. To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their efforts. We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I don't know. I really have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, guess you are really sick of answering questions.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions. I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of him. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, you know? We just don't know the specifics. Maybe we did at one point, but that information is long gone by now. At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think. We've all exchanged what we know, and that was the only logical conclusion.
All right, specifics aside then, what kind of person was he?
Young guy, in his early 20s probably. Incredibly kind sort of person, always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion. Very interesting guy, that one.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before. Seems like he left a pretty good impression on you.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise. There aren't many young people like him nowadays. So genuine and pure. To think that he just up and disappeared one day. I just hope nothing bad happened.
Could he have just moved away without telling anyone?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village? There's no way he would have been able to manage that.
Huh. All right, thanks for the information. We're gonna go ask around some more.
Kind of interesting. Like, how do you have that? Well, no, because we had the same thing occur with that guy, but he erased himself. Well, he tried to erase himself from everyone's memory, which is why we just call him the Hat Guy now.
It's the guests I hear.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these parts. Coming all this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you. With your help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Could you tell us a bit about him?
Of course. I'm happy to help any way I can. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. Not recently, of course. That loss has left me feeling quite empty. I don't think his parents are still living in the village. But somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others. He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans in the village. And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. He always knew just what to say. As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities. But he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Wow.
I won't say he's a
He
saint.
seems like
He's
such a
just
nice and gentle person. No wonder his disappearance affected you all so much. But, you wouldn't happen to know any details about his name, address, or family situation, right?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I just can't remember.
I can't remember the
No matter
details
how you
around
look
him,
at
but
it,
not
I should know those things. But
exact
for some reason,
information.
no matter how hard I try to remember, the information just doesn't come. Perhaps my age really has caught up with me this time.
It's okay. There's no need to force yourself to try and remember. We'll figure something out.
Should go talk to Nahida.
Well, Traveler, what do you think? I don't think so too. Like, the name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name. And nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something.
It's a two-part question. Doesn't matter which one you click on.
So you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never existed to begin with? Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one.
Hi, man, you need a lot of time to process a lot of things.
People's memories?
I mean, they did the same thing.
You two are the adventurers who just arrived, right? You're here for the Vamara Village Commission?
Yep, sure are. We were just looking into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the Adventurers Guild might cancel our commission. My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in Vamara Village. Anyway, I just wanted to say, please keep searching for a missing villager. I'm begging you. You have to find him.
See, there's been instances, especially in Sumer, where memories have been inserted, but not since Nahida turned off the computer system, the little things I used to wear. So it's rare to see it now.
Yeah, no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me. There's a place I'd like to show you.
Nah, like the academia was doing that one, and they've like been like totally restructured. So and Sumer really doesn't have any yokai or anything like that in their zones. I mean, they got the little mushroom dudes, but that's about it.
Is this the place? Under this tree?
Yep. I know it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories. We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky or stop
Yep.
to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been. I was actually adopted by the people of Vamara Village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child.
So
I was surrounded by such good people.
thanks for the thank you for the follow, Alistair.
Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Alone?
How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to, or if I should say anything at all. Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden.
Yeah, I try to make it there and use what knowledge I have of the games to help out. Yeah, it's from a conference I went to last year. DFIR conference.
Really? You know exactly how I feel?
Wow, this one goes in a little teeny right. I used to have someone like that, family member that I could talk to no matter what. But now, I have lots of friends who understand me and would be happy to hear me out. Yeah, that's because your twin brother went evil and sadistic.
Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well, I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend
No,
who could
his
really
her.
understand me.
Well, the
No
twin,
matter what came my way, I knew
if you
I
play
could
the male or
always talk
female,
to him. He was
always
so thoughtful and pure and patient
has
too.
something against Teyvat.
Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem so interested, as if the things I was describing were just as important to him
They
as
want
they were
to
to
destroy
me.
it, pretty
Ever
much.
since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow, you two must have been really close. Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh, right! I did ask him about his parents once. But all he said was, they're not here anymore.
Huh?
I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it. I'm sorry I wasn't more help. The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler?
It's always the same time of day. Time never seemed to pass. Maybe tied to...
Hey,
Oh, these hilly
look at
trails
those
up.
hilly trails over there. Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange?
I mean, they used to be, let's see. They were citizens of... What's the name of the freaking place? Jeez, now I can't think of it. But the city that, like, was destroyed by Celestia and the other Archons actually went to the fight there as well. And she cursed the whole place because they rose up against her, basically refusing the gods. And so she cursed them. But apparently they have like their own language and all sorts of stuff. Oh, look, there's another
The
abyss
Order.
there.
Could they be the ones behind all of this?
And your twin is the one currently running the Abyss Order, so...
Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
Do your worst. You can't run.
Well, supposedly the Hilly Trails have their own language and everything.
Grant us your blessing. Yield. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Because there's one of the daily commissions that you can do is in Mondstadt. There's a little girl that is trying to understand their
Everybody stand back.
language,
Stop right there. Pin them down.
and so you like help her. Like she gives you like little things to say. And you have to go up to the Hurley, and if you don't say them right, then the Hilly Trails revolt against you. If you do get it right, then it kind of brings your mission around again. These guys are not easy without a claymore.
Everybody stand back.
I don't have a claymore character because I was doing other things.
Let's light it up.
Where'd you go, buddy?
Flee. We shall prevail.
But you can take him down by elemental.
Can't run. Shiver.
So fires reverse elementals water.
Let's light it
Water is... the ice ones are fire.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
The
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting monsters to show up? If you hadn't
Electros,
been here, I'm not
fire,
sure what
ice,
we would have
and
done.
fire.
It was no trouble.
You still have to beat them. They're still beatable. I've been in multiple situations where you can still beat them. It's just, luckily I had Candace in my party, so I usually keep a Hydra in my party recently. Now, what is the Abyss Order doing around here?
Now that I think about it, the hilly trolls around Vilmara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved. Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vimara village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something, that could spell trouble for the villagers. Wait a second. That person... It's Dainsleif!
What is Dainsleif up to? Yeah, see, he normally has a mission, a storyline right
it's you
before
two.
we go into new areas.
A friend of yours? Well,
Yep.
I'll leave you all to it then. I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway. See you later.
Yep, see you later, Atosa! Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound
I want to
cross
know when
paths.
he becomes a
So
playable
you're here to
character.
investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose?
It's all I tell, but I'll admit we ran into them on accident.
No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilichurl activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilly trail activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy.
See what we can learn from the villagers, and after that, you owe us many answers.
And you shall have them. I never intended to hide anything from you. Don't worry. There should be ample time to talk.
Conria. That's the name of the place. Conria. Dainsleif was actually, I think he was a captain of the guard or something like that. He was a
Ah,
knight
so
of
that was the
Condria,
commission that brought you here to Vimara village.
and he became cursed.
Someone who seems
As well.
to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilichurl activity, and that is certainly not much to go off of.
Okay, well, how about your
The
intel?
mysterious voice she heard in her brother's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you?
So, in Conria, Dainsleif and her sibling, they were friends back then, and it was a few hundred years ago. Conria rebelled against Celestia, Celestia cursed Conria. Dainsliff somehow turned into this knight, the Bowkeeper, that kind of travels around. Um, her brother somehow ended up in charge, or the twin, depending on which character you play, picks up the role of the person in charge of the Abyss Order, and the Hilly Churls and a lot of the others are former Conrian citizens that were cursed by Celestia. But not many of the characters that are the Archons and whatnot remember much about Conria. Just Dainsliff does. And so you always do a Conria storyline right before a new patch comes out. A new expansion. In a manner of speaking, yeah.
I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name is Vedrfolnir, the Visionary. I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin.
So he's
my
from
older
Conria.
brother.
Your brother?
The thing is, the other twin is not considered a sender. We're the fourth. Let me say it's the fourth descender. It's fourth or fifth descender. The dragons were the second. The third they don't ever say, but that's where the power of the Gnosis comes from. And then the brother is not. The twin is not a descender, so they are considered something different.
There were 5 of them, the 5 sinners of Conria. The wise Roptatir, the visionary Vedrfolnir, Gold Rhindaughter, the foul Sertologi, and Rehir of Solnari, Rerir. No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertologi is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedrfolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clotar to create the Abyss Order was him.
Sounds like he's
They
found.
were once people of great esteem in Conria, those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. The 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster, the ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world. Yet, deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world. So they
Ooh.
became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power.
That's
And when the
something new.
cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy, and for that, they shall never have my forgiveness.
My sibling came into contact with your brother.
Indeed. If they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world.
So we already talked about this. But thank you for telling me.
Of course. As I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dane, what have you been looking into all this time?
Thing is, we have to find the truth of Connor and what happened
I've
there.
continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt Osile and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment. The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
The ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
One of the things that flows through the ley lines are memories. And magic.
Wait, then our commission here in Vamara Village, the person who seems to exist only in people's memories, could it be connected?
Memories, ley lines, Loom of Fate. Missing person that doesn't seem to exist. What is the connection between all of
It's
this?
certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow. This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow. So tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff.
Paimon, everything's complicated to you. I didn't sleep well either. My head's a mess.
Well, let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today.
Everything's complicated to Paimon. Unless it's food. Oh, he's right there.
Adventure time!
I want to go traveling too. So I can go. Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out over here?
He's thinking.
Did something happen?
What's
A
wrong?
missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Oh, young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
No.
It wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before.
Well, what did you remember?
I remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then.
I wouldn't say that.
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, Maybe fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an
Whatever the
important
plan
truth
is.
has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
They're messing with people's minds.
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way. Your
Is the eye
concerns are
safe?
not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Okay.
Oh, so you're going to take us to where you hid it?
Oh, but what if someone follows us? We go straight there, someone's on our tail, and we're exposing the eye's location. Maybe that's the reason the Abyss Order implanted the memory in the first place, to force Dane to confirm the eye's location. Given what I know of him, though, I'm sure Dane has already thought of that possibility. It seems he might already have a plan.
Of course.
Lead the way, big guy. Where are we going? I mean, we've run into variations of this multiple times in the game so far. Nothing tied to the Abyss Order doing it, though. They're usually just around causing mischief. I wonder if it has something tied to Dane's brother. That he somehow needed them to do something.
So you hid it way out here? Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Traveler, wait.
Oh. You're being messed with again.
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
Someone's messing with your head, buddy. See, the thing is, Paimon's cape and the inside of Dane's cape are the same. So they're somehow tied to the same thing. Let's see. Pyro and Electro. We will take my power team. I mean, it's something that... I mean, the ability to insert memories is something, even now, just to insert memories and retain memories, is something that, you know, even people nowadays want to be able to do. You know, control the mind. But this is like a whole village. Like, that's a lot of people to control at once. I mean, the academia used a, you know, system that was the academia used a system that everyone was tied to in order to control those memories and keep people caught in a dream state. And in fact,
The mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door. Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
that's a hole. Anything down there? Definitely Dendros. And Sumeru.
Everyone hold hands.
Busted. Stand with me. Lightning, terrified. Hi, you're dead meat.
Look, a big hole. Pretty sure we need to jump through it.
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism. The door's open. Let's go. Our destination is just up ahead.
Door of Resurrection.
Looks like we can't go any further.
Oh, there's
Be
something
on
there.
your guard. I sense the presence of the abyss.
Oh, look. It's a herald.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
Desolation!
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Our bond is strong. Looking for a fight?
Oh, you put your shield up, huh? I got fire for that.
I'll settle this. Dissipate. Buckle up. Ha. Cha. Gloves off.
And now we punch you.
Just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see.
Dane? What's wrong?
Oh, it's normal.
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place.
If you're here on your own, will you be here all right?
This order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager. Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
Alrighty. Yeah, that's my strongest team. He didn't have a chance. He does have a point. Something still feels off. What am I missing? He's gonna tell someone you can come out now or something like that. Feels the presence of someone else. Oh, it's Ether. That's his name.
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
This is the sibling.
You risked
Ether.
your safety and that of the Eye. That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
And
The
Lumina.
Twilight Sword is prepared for battle. Any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say. But if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
How we let him to the trap? The eye's not really here. Ooh, we could play as Dane? Yes? No?
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack. We better hurry back to Vimara village and see what's going on. Hey, look at those hilly trails over there.
They seem strangely
Weren't they
calm.
acting super agitated just a little while ago? Why are they so calm all of a sudden?
Here's something. Music.
In the new world, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun. At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy. Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the hilly trails in some way? Oh,
It's our
this is
missing
weird.
villager.
Let's check if this is happening anywhere else. Looks like the same thing is happening over here too. The hilly trails are calm.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love. Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
Voice again. It's not Ether. It's someone else.
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping.
In the end, he whispered softly, "Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people. When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more."
like a poem or some kind of story. Well, now that the Hilly have calmed down, Vimara Village should be safe at least.
Yeah, but it depends on why.
Let's put this situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara Village before it's too late.
All right, Grandpa, what's up?
Grandpa Amadea, is everyone all right? The Abyss Order seems to be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern, but as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
You're gonna be like, what missing villager?
Someone's gone missing, you say?
Yep, they all forgot him now.
Who would that be?
Huh?
You know, things just got even more complicated.
You know, the young guy from Vimara Village. The one you've been looking for all this time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again.
No.
At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to. Perhaps you should try asking someone else.
How is that? All right. Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadea.
Ugh. Excuse me.
Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadea about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that.
Not if he was just a memory.
Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again?
You
You're
just
right.
checked with the others.
We should narrow down the possibilities first. Let's go ask someone else then.
How about a Tosa?
Someone's gone missing? Who?
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Really? You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said, then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing? Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They couldn't have gone far.
Probably a Tosa.
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him. And apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
I doubt returning to the past would be that simple. Given everything Dane mentioned about disturbances with the ley lines, I'd say it's far more likely it's related to memories in some way. You need to think carefully about what's really going on. Oh, great. This is where I do stuff. People have forgotten about the missing person. We return to a point before the disappearance took place, for presently traversing someone's
If
memories.
this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now.
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the ley line disturbances. We're in someone else's memory. Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time.
And we've done it a few other times.
That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all.
This is our
Right.
chance to find him.
If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf.
Tosa's memory.
Didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him? Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time, and we don't even know whose memory this is.
No, Saturday morning cartoons, you get up early and eat cereal for.
Good idea! That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to...
Implant memories in the mind of others.
That! Can we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
Must be an imperfect process. No way memories can combine with the old ones. There has to be some kind of tell.
If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance they might conflict with someone's original recollection. That would make it much harder to avoid suspicion.
No wonder! All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time isn't passing! That's the tell of the fake memories! The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
We consider this conjunction with what we already know, then the question of whose memory this is seems to be an obvious answer.
The color of the sky coincide.
Every time.
Oh, right! That's exactly what Atosa described!
Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Brother doesn't get to pick the cartoon.
Yep, that has to be it! This is definitely Atosa's memory.
Let's go to the tree.
That's where they'll be.
There's no rush. I'll have another talk with him.
Zoom. Hey, look, there's our person.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose. Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't. You could also just talk about what you think of me?
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and
This is
thoughtful young
Dane's
woman.
brother.
You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life. You won't miss someone like me.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
Finally found him, but why does he look familiar?
Oh, right. This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet.
Friends?
Because she's in the memory.
I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. Talk to you some other time.
I wonder why he picked her for the memory. No, I was not. I was mean to my siblings.
It's nice to see you, Traveler.
I just kept getting
I
outvoted.
believe this is the first time we've met.
You're Dane's brother. In the memories, the Abyss Order, the Lunar Fate, and everything else I need to think of. There's one person that can connect all this together.
Dane's
Visionary.
brother. One of the 5 sinners of Conria. The one? No.
What?
The founder of the Abyss Order. The man who broke the curse of immortality. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the loom of... You're... Caribert Alberic.
Oh. You know me? That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before. Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw the me from back then. This is Atosa's memory. I came here to say goodbye to her. But I suppose I'll just leave her a message instead. Come, let's find somewhere else to talk.
Caribert. I wonder why he was messing with people's memories here. I had plenty of sisters, and I got outvoted many times. I definitely cannot read that. This place looks familiar. I think we've been here before. Proof of existence. Hey, look, we can walk on water. Yeah. I don't think Duolingo covers that language. I think it's Conrian. What is this
I
place?
suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world after all. As you well know. It's nothing.
Quite exhausted from
I still
doing
have
that.
enough strength to play the part of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this. And now, the time has finally arrived.
It's a rare opportunity for me as well. Should try to learn as much information from Caribert as I can.
Extreme sorrow and pain. Hope and regret coursing through your veins. And a degree of abyssal power that defies comprehension. Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the loom of fate. But despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the loom of fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction. In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion. The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the loom of fate.
Caribert is dead. That's why he no longer exists outside of people's memories.
As for your question, The Loom of Fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines. In its
Hmm.
primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own. Once fully completed, the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower level ability to influence memories. But it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world.
So that's a source of your ability to implant memories.
Yes, I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation.
So the lower
After all,
level of the
its
Loom of
existence
Fate
cost me
is
my life.
memory manipulation. The higher level is gonna screw with a bunch of other things. So the memories that suddenly appeared in Dane's mind are implanted by Carbert through the half-finished Loom of Fate. That makes sense, but I'm still lost as to why he went as far as to introduce himself to the residents of Ilmara village. Yeah, but why did you do it?
I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well. I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life.
So that's why. I would never have guessed. Is there any kind of meaning to this? Does only existing in people's memories really count as living?
I know what you must be thinking. Why would I do something so meaningless? But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Ahmadiyya, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa. What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life. Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. Even the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
Yeah, and this all stems from the tragedy that occurred in Kandria back then. Everyone is looking for you.
But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well, that's not possible for me.
I think I understand. Even though you only appeared in their memories, your existence was a great comfort to them. They all believed you once lived among them.
I know.
Now that I've found you, let's continue this conversation some other time. Dane might still need my help.
Captain Dainsleif. Twilight Sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end. Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing. The Loom of Fate has already been completed.
What? Move 8 is already completed. That means I had the first field tiller must have fallen in the hands of the abyss. Could something have happened to Dane?
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning.
What?
Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the prince. He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan.
Dane never happened.
That's right, because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
Oh. Wait, does that mean he gave Dane a false memory? He made him think that.
Before you two entered that false location.
Oh, he was going to give it to you at that point. And then he implanted a false memory. And therefore Dane never gave you the eye.
Let's head inside.
So when Dane froze up back then, it was because the false memory was being implanted in his mind. No wonder.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye.
Dane had the eye this whole time. So the Abyss Order took it away. I'm not sure there's anything they could have done. Now that the Loom of Fate is complete, what are you planning on doing with it?
I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the prince is planning. Teyvat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved.
To know that he
My
listed.
father, don't you? Clotar Alberic. I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory.
You wanted to know that he
After
lived.
he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form, I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish. To comfort me, my father told me a story, that this was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears, even if just for a moment. My goal was simple: to use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest, to implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls.
What
In
memory?
that memory, I would tell them a story,
Oh.
just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us.
So the thing that caused the Hilly Trolls to calm down back then was Caribert's story. So that was his goal. It was the only thing he wanted. He had a device as powerful as the Loom of Fate at his disposal. All he wanted to do was offer the Hilly Trolls a moment of comfort and peace.
I can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer.
Perhaps. I think it was more meaningful than anything.
All that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the Loom of Fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Hmm. Poor Carrybert. All he wanted to do was feel like he existed. Like he was someone.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time.
Ether, what are you doing? It's not really him.
Kari Bear's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too.
It's much different than the times we met him.
How about a conversation?
I want to know what his goal is. Not crying here.
The chance
Not crying.
to stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree?
I almost can't
That
believe it's not
battle
real.
was tough. The one against Dane, I mean. I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years.
What is your
A little
plan?
fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time. Before the heavenly principles awaken.
The Heavenly Principles are still asleep?
Yes. For 500 years now, ever since the cataclysm in Conria, there's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne. Yes, such a flagrant disregard for the rules. And still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation.
I don't think...
However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be, or what might trigger it.
I don't think we'll see it until we get to Sneznaya and the, what's her name? The Karitsa or whatever her name is. After she's collected all the Gnosises, she's going to do something to cause the Heavenly Principles to awaken. And that... I think that's what Ether's trying to prevent. He's trying to prevent another cataclysm like Conria. I bet you that's where we're headed. You really hate the Heavenly Principles, don't you? I mean, he took her away. They separated the two of them for 500 years. Of course, he wouldn't, like, of course you could be against them.
Just look at Kari Bear. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful, even as a hilly churl. Seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world, even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course,
Dad?
that's only one example. My feelings about the Heavenly Principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words.
Based off what he's seen and everything, that it's because of what happened in Conra 500 years ago that he has a bigger thing against him. Besides just the fact that he separated the two of them.
You're the only one in this world who calls me that. There's so much I wanted to ask you. But for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand. Why? Why can't we continue our journey together?
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end. Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together. You told me you wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me? Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean?
I miss you too, Lumine. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes. Let alone my own sister.
What's going on?
This
World
phase
can no
has
longer
lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our ability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Kari Bear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that happened here.
What?
Everything in this space will be wiped from existence, including all memory of our reunion.
You're only telling me this now?
So, our desire to help him in the little nice chat we had no longer exists in our memories. And just the fact that we want to beat the crap out of him still.
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy. Oh, Paimon woke up a little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here. Oh, and Dane came by just now. It looked like he was injured. He didn't say anything, though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya.
Never changes, does he?
Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear. He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right? And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened.
Kari Bear and I talked for a while. He told me about the Loom of Fate.
Wait, really? What a score!
I guess our commission is complete then. The missing villager, the person who only existed in people's memories, was Kari Bear all along. And he's gone. I'm not sure how to explain things to the villagers.
Well, what happened after that?
After that, I can't remember. Maybe I'm just tired. I feel like something else happened. Why, I can't remember. Not sure why, but it almost feels like I lost something. Yeah, memories.
There you are. Sleep well?
Bayram, you sure seem happy. Did something good happen?
Something good? Huh. Wasn't anything good or bad, I'd say. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk, he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. Looked like quite a happy family, apparently.
Created a happy memory of him leaving.
We all started to feel like that really is what happened. Kind of strange that we forgot all about it for so long.
So that's how Kari Bear said his goodbyes. That was the last memory he gave them.
Oh, and we also remembered his name, Kari Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner.
It is a unique
I
name.
hope he's happy wherever he is, and we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
Seems like everyone thinks Kari Bear left the village. That's probably for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now.
Kari Bear's gone. The limit fate is now complete, and no one else will try to change the villagers' memories.
Paimon wonders how Atosa's doing. Maybe we should go check on her. If she hasn't remembered like everyone else, we can tell her what happened. Paimon didn't see her in the village just now, so she's probably at the tree. Come on, let's go talk to her.
See, Paimon never used to experience all your stuff. Then we went to Fontaine, and she started getting caught up in everything that we get.
Hey, Atosa, how's it going?
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Kari Bear now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important.
Why did you forget him? Sure, he wouldn't want you to forget him.
It's funny, but I have this feeling he told me the same thing. I just can't seem to remember when.
Just before the last time he saw you.
I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. Life is made up of a series of memories. As long as I hold on to our time together, he'll always be a part of my life. I'm just happy I got to meet him. So, who cares what happens in the future? Okay, I'll admit, I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I?
You're dumped.
Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
Sure, he had his reasons.
You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay. It's just like Kari Bear said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious. And you know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day. Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two.
No.
I promised I'd help Granny Jahiet with something, so I should head back. Goodbye.
Well, that should be it, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now. Oh, right. Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Kari Bear?
Right. What was it that happened? Can't remember. I feel there's something in my pockets.
A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
Yeah, let's see the picture. You must get along with each other, the two of you. Well, it's probably what's written in Conran up the top there, since it's Kari Bear who created the picture. Men suck. They don't suck. Guys, closing quickly. Bedtime story. Well, he wanted to say goodbye, but I think we interrupted that. And so he wasn't actually able to say goodbye. Not like he wanted. Let's see. I'm not showing the depths. I need another key for that. 120 chests. That's 27 more chests there. And 9 challenges. Huh? I haven't made it up to 6 yet. I think I got to 4. Obtain a total of 3 toy medals. And 3 Thesman checks. Having selected at least 8 Wonder Spoon events. Cash events. That's co-op stuff. Wolf Lord and Serpent. Actually, not enough yet. See, there's something that's upgrading. 80, 70, 70, 60, 50. Something like that. Okay, set up. Do some more, couple more ley lines. I'll jump into the next story. It'll be a continuation of Siege Rings. Now when I saw the first part, and the truth, like, why Siege Ring looks the way she does. So, this character here, this is Siege Ring. I love her little character. She's so cute. But she told us the details on her backstory. What's her constellation? Some little bunny thing. But, she's a Melusine, and she wanted to be a doctor, but people didn't trust Melusines at the time. And so she's one of the small characters, but the Melusines are short. Anyway, but so she let's see, what was it? So, her friend, she met this friend who wanted to be friends with the Melusines, and, you know, people didn't trust Melusines. And so, and then her friend got sick. Since she was a doctor, she wanted to go help her friend. But the, her parents didn't trust her because she was a Melusine. So she went to this witch and asked for a potion to help her to be more human. And, then so she was able to look more human and went and was able to treat her friend and get her friend healthy again. And then and she has this appearance now because of that. But then she left and never said goodbye to her friend because she was no longer the Melusine that her friend she was no longer the person that her friend had come to meet. It was kind of sad a little bit. And then, but hers is to the fact that, but so she writes these articles on skincare. And at the beginning, there's this guy trying to sell skincare stuff. I have a feeling it's going to go bad. But she tests it and says, oh, it's fairly nice. But I think something's going to go wrong with it, honestly. They wouldn't have put it in a story otherwise. Higher. It's just up there. There it is. Don't do sooner ley lines all the time.
Stop right there! Yeah! I'm going in!
I haven't done sooner ones for a long time.
Yield! Just a
I used to do the sooner ones because I needed the drops.
Let's light it up! Final warning! Justice will prevail! Judgment! Everybody stand back! Punishment! Stop right there! You can't run! Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
One more. They all climb in heels and
Adventure time! You asked for it! Judgment! I'm going in! Off we go! Let's light it up! Off we go! Drop your weapons!
is it too soon?
Lights out! You can't run! Hear my prayer!
So you shoot the animal ones when they're flying,
Stop right there! Teamwork is
and they just pop right away. You don't have to fight them. Salesman, another teapot. What do I need? 225. Might have to do TCG.
Penny's adventure team, assemble!
That sucks. A lot of the characters climbing hills.
This realm is true.
I don't think Dea wears heels. Anyway, they got one
If
more
you
day.
ever have it.
I don't have to do TCG. That's Tubby. Tubby lives in the pot. He takes care of our Serenity Teapot. This is like housing in most games. And then Chubby's over here. Well, actually, crops growing? Not that. Go collect a bunch of those now. Buy more. Let's see, where are you, Chubby? Over here. I always thought it was funny. Because Tubby's your guy that you interact with consistently. And then Chubby is the traveling salesman. So I think he's in a sugar bowl. Oh no, he's in a teapot. This one's
The one
Chubby.
before you is known as Jade Seeker. One travels far and wide, seeking naught but to witness all of the treasures this world has to offer. Ah, encounters with fine treasures cannot be forced.
Oops. I need your other
The
crystal,
one before-
Chubby.
Ah,
So you have Tubby and Chubby. Yeah, but see, it says right here, Chubby. Teapot traveling salesman. He just calls himself Jade Seeker. I don't know what Tubby's title is. Teapot Spirit. Well, I can see a lot of people that don't like them. I always thought it was interesting that the characters here were called Tubby and Chubby. Like, but I don't know what they are in Chinese.
This realm is true.
Because if I could actually see what their names were in Chinese, then it might actually be different. And it might just be a translation thing at that point. That's not nice. I wouldn't call someone that if someone asked me if they look that way or whatnot. I might be blunt about it sometimes, but I would never call someone specifically Tubby or Chubby. Water, animal. Plus, if I called any of my siblings that, I would have gotten in trouble. Where is Xiao Yao team? Hey, Yugui, we need to cross. You should just stay up all the time. How many battles do I have? 3? Need these for Nilu anyway.
Strike a pose! Get with me! Born of ice and frost. Glaze over. Out of my way! Dissipate. Time to shine! Access denied. Get with me.
And it's the Aeon Light Drake. He has a drop that I need.
We're way behind schedule.
Oh, I mean, you fight dragons.
Our bond is strong.
The first zone you're in, you have to fight the animal dragon. And he's a weekly boss. And then in Liyue, Rex Lapis, who looks like a who has a dragon form as the Archon, kills itself. Well, they wanted people to stop relying on him, so they got rid of that dragon. Inazuma is rather interesting because this is its dragon, because here's the body and then here's the head. And if you go here on Yashori Island, there's skeletal remains of a dragon. Sumeru, I think honestly that this boss here is supposed to be its dragon. Yeah, Dragon of Verdure, which got corrupted. That's Sumeru's dragon. Fontaine's dragon is actually a human form and a character, playable character, and that's Nouvelette. Because as you can see, his constellation is a Hydro Dragon. And Natlan is supposed to be the land of dragons, but nothing we've seen so far has indicated that. So I don't know how they're going to do that one. And you even asked Nouvelette, you know, if he'd go to the dragons there in Fontaine, in Natlan, and he says he wouldn't be welcomed by him. But every area and element has all had a dragon. They all have a dragon and a Archon tied to him. 7, not 4. No, I need 6 more. Yeah, Teyvat's rich in its dragon lore. It's probably another reason I kind of like Genshin. Because they have a good dragon lore in it. And each of the dragons have their own appearance to them. Those two, yeah. Probably not enough.
Our bond is strong. I'll settle this. Just you wait. No touching.
You're up!
This is long overdue. Access denied. Let my name echo in song. Stand with me. No and now. Out of my way.
Ready, go! Don't be scared.
Didn't even gonna shoot him down. Deserves again. Starts up there. Yeah, so I gotta go get the stuff for Yao. I go along the dragon back.
Final warning. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Do your worst. Yield. Drop your weapons.
Doesn't have one. He shoots bubbles at you.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Yeah. Let's light it up. Shiver.
Yeah, if you aim yourself, which is hard to do, if you aim yourself correctly, you can dive bomb. But it's really hard to figure out because they don't like give you a reference point.
We shall prevail. Flee. Final warning.
Most of the time I start a character with their burst ability, which is on my R2. or right trigger. I want to call it R2 because that's where it's at on my PlayStation. But when I'm on my PC, I use a Xbox controller. Yeah, I use the Xbox on my PC. And then I have a PlayStation 5 that I use as well. Genshin's only mobile, PC, and Xbox and PlayStation available. They haven't announced it to any other platforms or anything. And from what I understand, the mobile's not very good. Like, it's not as easy to control. You can hook a controller up to your mobile and do it that way. I've heard you can do that. But it's not the easiest on mobile. I have hooked up my PlayStation controller to my PC, but honestly, the compatibility of the Xbox controller with PC is much better. So I utilize Xbox controllers. In fact, I just had to get a new one. It's like the third Xbox controller I've gone through. Because I have big hands. And buttons don't last when you have big hands. But it is beneficial when you're doing fights and stuff, because I can run and reach across the controller. So, like, my hands are big enough that I can hold on to it, and I can reach the D-pad across the controller, and so I can run D-pad stuff. Or if I'm running a stick on the other side, I can reach some of the buttons as well. Well, that also has downsides. Because I know people that can do it, they just hold their controllers funky to do it. I hold mine standardly, I just have enough length between my hands to do it. But it honestly comes in handy when I'm in Final Fantasy. Because I can... Because I can, in encounters and stuff like that, I can move and still attack many times. These silly turtles aren't at peace. Like they're trying to kill me. Where's the other one? Oh, he's hiding. Actually have enough of those now.
Final warning. Let's light it up.
Gilly turtles can't swim. So I throw them in the water. Oh, yeah, there's some highlights. That's for the crocodiles. I don't want to fight them. I don't need any more meat. Tons of it.
Off we go.
Here.
Off we go. Shiver. Do your worst. Teamwork is dreamwork. Judgment. Drop your weapons.
Everybody's stuck. I can't stand up. Stop hitting me.
Light it up. I'm going in. Let's light it up. Justice will prevail. Stop right there. Yield. You can't run.
I was able to get everything. Need bandanas or something. Just don't remember. Let's. Where are you, Dory? Need to check something. I think that's enough materials for it. Wait.
Ta-da! Oh, fine.
There it is.
Ta-da! Oh, fine.
No, I need to look at the blooms. I need 30. Thanks for stopping by, Alistair. I stream Mondays and Saturdays. They start their daytime streams, and then Tuesdays and Fridays at night. So I'm around, and it's I do variety, so I don't stick to the same game constantly, like some people do. And I'm always open to new ones because Valkyrie's convinced me to play some. I actually have one game on the list. It's not on my list, Valkyrie. My son told me I couldn't play it till after he played it. We're not doing Harry Potter again. In fact, I think the, like, what is it? Hogwarts Legacy came to PlayStation Plus, and I was just like, no thanks. But there's only one game I've been forbidden to play before my son does. I did play your game.
We shall. Everybody stand back.
I did it once. Your game? The Harry Potter, Lego Harry Potter. I played it once.
Off we go.
Oh, which game am I not allowed to play before him? It's Astrobot. It's the so it's this Astro's Playroom is really kind of cool. It's designed to introduce you to the PlayStation controls and stuff like that. And so and you go through and you actually basically Astro's Playroom is you go through and you collect, like, you collect legacy PlayStation gear, basically. And so but PlayStation has decided to come out with a continuation one
Off we go.
called Astrobot. And that comes out in September.
Adventure time.
And I was showing it to my son and stuff, and he's like, "Oh, can we get it?" And I was like, "Yeah, we can get it." Because I'd like to try it out anyway. He's like, "But you can't play it before me, because you play all these games before me."
Off we go.
So, I have been forbidden to play Astrobot before he can play it. But I have enough on the plate that it's not gonna bother me. It does look like a fun game. It's a really good kid game. Where's my help?
Drop your weapons. Yeah. Teamwork is dreamwork.
And there's my help back.
Let's light it up.
Did I get one of his?
Off we go. You asked for it. Punishment. Let's light it up. Final warning. Yeah. I'm going in. Flee. Let's light it up. Yeah. You can't run. Justice will prevail. Yeah. Teamwork is dreamwork. Adventure time. Let's light it up.
I used to actually come here to farm these.
Stop right there. Judgment. Grant us your blessing. Impressive. Adventure time. Let's light it up. Hands where I can see 'em. You can't run. Do your worst. Yeah. Off we go. I'm going in.
Mushrooms dive bombing me?
Shiver. Drop your weapons. We shall prove judgment. Let's light it up.
Can't just be one. I want to mark it for just one.
Everybody stand back. You asked for it. Stop right there. Adventure time. Off we go. Teamwork is dreamwork. Drop your weapons. You can't run. Let's light it up. Adventure time. Stop right there. Hands where I can.
Maybe I did just mark it for one.
Let's light it up. Hit judgment. Hit lights out.
Really weird that I marked it for just one. I mean, farming the mushrooms is good too, but definitely only marked it for one. One mushroom. Let's see, where's the other set? It's over here. And then there's a set over.
This will slow things down.
Mushrooms over here. I think there's some. Mushrooms are a pain to find. change the website so the calculator actually works better. Alright. The regular party. How many mushrooms do I have? Oh, Collie. Where are you? Not enough for her. Not for her upgrade. So really bad at making sure I have all my to go and collect all my materials. Oh, like that. What's on the road? We're not on the road anyways. Oh yeah, it's this one down here. Just the flower.
Final warning! Huh? Why do they never miss? Everybody stand back!
You're standing in one spot.
Yield! What a nuisance! Yeah.
You said.
Hear my prayer! What a nuisance! Let's light it up! Why do they never miss? You asked for it! Stop right there! I'm going in! You can't run!
Stand in my fireball circle.
Punishment! Adventure time! Teamwork is dreamwork! Yeah! Do your worst! Yeah. Final warning! Yes, judgment! Yeah! Let's light it up! Justice will prevail! Off we go!
Mushroom, mushroom.
Off we go! Off we go! Adventure time!
So the mushrooms. Let's see. Guess cool. Try.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Oh.
We should tell you which character used those.
I'm going in! Drop your weapons! Yeah! Flee! We shall be gone! You can't run!
Actually, she can Because I froze her.
Everybody stand back! Yield! Shiver! Judgment! Final warning! Out of my sight! You asked for it! You can't run! Do your worst! I'm going in! Let's light it
Stuck.
up! Off we go! Judgment! Flee! Everybody stand back! Let's light it up! Grateful blessing! Punishment! I'm going in!
Missing there. Over here, I'm missing a bunch of stuff. Not a bunch, just a little bit. 98, 97, 95, 4. And some stuff here. Chasm, I still got a bunch. 5, 4. Terrible at this area. I have no clue what that is missing up there. Beauty expert. Flash. Oh, Sunnylanka. This thing was a particularly passionate flying squirrel.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
So I also have these 3 to do. I don't think I have any new hangouts. Nope. No new hangouts, but I definitely have a bunch of these. But we're about when I normally BRB anyway, so I'm before we start continue through Beauty Expert, I'm going to take a BRB, and we'll be back, and we'll work on Shizwing's story. I like Shizwing. She's like one of my favorites. But I will be right back.
one's joined me on an adventure in 8. Yes. Come on, let's go. Oh, ow.
Ready. Mic check. There we go. Too far down. Alright, we're back. It's time to go ask Siegeween about some beauty supplies. Not like we need them, but hey. Might as well ask. Skincare is good care? I don't know.
It's an honor to receive such high praise from you. To be honest, I was also hoping you might be able to point out some flaws in the product so I can keep improving it.
With most skincare products, the pros and cons only become apparent with long-term use. Oh yeah, this one has instant benefits, improving skin quality without any obvious side effects. It's one of a kind. Don't worry though, I plan to keep using it, and I'll publish regular reviews in Beauté Sans Fleur. You can read my thoughts there. All you need to do is subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
I was hoping for a more casual conversation, but you are a beauty association leader after all. I understand if you want to keep this professional.
Siegeween! Oh, excuse us, Miss Beauty Expert. But do you think this product is a good choice for me and her?
Wait, are you the renowned traveler?
Yes.
That's right, and by her side, the equally famous Paimon.
No.
Well, I don't normally handle customer questions personally, but since it's the traveler asking, allow me to make an exception. Butterfly Dew is made for all skin types, so no matter who you are, you can rest assured that it will be kind to your skin. If anything, it might be marginally more effective on Fontanian's skin, but other than that, it works the same on everyone.
Why? Yeah, I was gonna say. That's a little sketchy.
In the interests of protecting my trade secrets, I'm afraid I can't answer that, Miss Paimon.
Alright then. How about a friend discount?
Save yourself the trouble.
I'd be greatly honored to have both of you use my product. Here, take 2 bottles for free.
Yay! Paimon's private fund survives!
What's the catch? This is a publicity stunt.
I can see why you might think that, but please don't misunderstand. This gift is simply a token of my esteem. There's no business motivation behind it. To me, finding new customers for Butterfly Dew is about meeting kindred spirits, fellow admirers of physical beauty. I consider it a labor of love.
Admirers of physical beauty? Eesh, that's embarrassing to say out loud. It sounds so shallow.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Miss.
I'm an admirer of physical beauty too.
People claim to desire inner virtue, but it's still physical appearance that turns their heads.
I agree.
This is a fact of life. It's only natural for people to desire to become beautiful. And that's exactly what inspired me to choose this research direction in the first place.
You're right. Everyone loves beauty, don't they?
Paimon, you're not pretty.
Time. My apologies, but I have other things to attend to. I'll leave you with these 2 bottles of Butterfly Dew, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Paimon, I'd say there's no need for you and the Traveler to use this product for now.
We're perfect as
Is
is.
there a problem with it? The quality is fine. I just think there's room for improvement. I think I could add some ingredients to the mix to make it more effective. Really? Then why didn't you tell Rawat about that?
He was hiding something.
Researchers are a very special breed of human. You can point out their flaws to their face and they won't mind very much. But if you tell them that someone else could do a better job, ooh, now that'll make them really upset. If I'd mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have given you those 2 bottles for free. Ah, fair enough, that makes sense. If you're interested in the more effective version, I can write up a list of ingredients for you. Just come get me once you've gathered them. When you say more effective, you mean it'll make Paimon even prettier? Ooh, how can we say no?
Well, if you really want this.
It's probably time I got back to the Fortress of Maripede. I mustn't leave the infirmary unattended for too long. Alright, see you there then!
So we gotta get the list. And then go see Sijui. Wonder what's on our list.
Just up ahead, Traveler. The ingredients for Sijui should be nearby.
Yeah, let's beat the crap out of this dude.
Hands where I can see 'em. Stop right there. Let's light it up. You can't run. Do your worst. Teamwork is dreamwork. Final warning. Judgment. Let's light it up. Yield. I'm going in. Let's light it up. Shiver. Hear my prayer. Justice will prevail. Everybody stand back. You can't run.
There we go. Injured hydrophantasm extract. Careful, it's been tainted. Oh look, we gotta beat up a crab. Caught crabs. Concentrated transoceanic pearl. I think it is this way. Here. We're gonna go higher up. Is it this one here? Been so long since I visited the fortress. You know, no need to be in jail when you got out of jail. And they let you go. Paimon hasn't been inconsiderate enough to eat any more of Farina's cake, so...
Adventure time. Off we go.
You know, we haven't been thrown back in jail.
Whoa, the infirmary is packed.
Right, Risley?
You have to believe me. I saw it with my own eyes last night. Another me. He looked exactly like me.
Got it? Okay. I've written down everything you told me. Now, I have a few tests to run. Take a deep breath and don't worry. It's nothing to be nervous about. First, which finger am I holding up?
Your index finger, but I'm telling you, my mental state is fine. I'm not crazy.
Very good. Now, on to the next. Hey there, Your Grace. It's been a while, huh?
Ah, Tutu. Indeed it has. I would offer you some tea, but I'm afraid the timing is unfortunate. Duty calls.
No worries. Actually, we were looking for Cedrine. Do you, know what all of this is about?
This inmate came running to the guards in a panic, claiming to have seen his exact doppelganger.
A doppelganger? Doesn't that just mean someone else kinda looks like him?
And that's what I thought when the report first reached my desk. But we've inspected our records. No one even vaguely resembles him. Considering
That's
how
weird.
certain he is of what he saw, I can only surmise that he's having some mental issues. So I brought him for a medical evaluation.
All right, very good. Take a sip of water and rest for a bit. Evaluation complete. I couldn't find any symptoms pointing to a physical condition.
I see. So do you still believe there's more likely to be an issue with his mind than his body?
I have to assume so for now. Psychological issues are more difficult to detect. At this stage, we can at least confirm that he is in command of his cognitive faculties.
The rumor mill will go crazy if word of this gets out. Guards, take him to the ward for a period of observation. The Marechaussee Phantom has requested my cooperation on a case, otherwise I'd deal with this myself. Sorry for the trouble, head nurse, but I'll have to leave this to you.
No problem, Your Grace. I'll add him to my observation list.
By the way, we have a couple of guests here who've made the trip just to see you. I imagine it must be important. You probably won't need to add them to your observation list, though.
Oh, Traveler! Paimon, it's you! Hey there, Cedrine!
It's something to do with the
That important,
skin stuff.
but...
I'll be in my office if you desperately need me. Goodbye for now.
Okay, bye-bye! So, Cedrine... Would you mind waiting for just a moment? I have another patient to see. Just find an empty bed and take a seat. I won't be long. Oh, sure!
Cedrine, we've brought him. And he seems to have taken a turn for the worse again.
Okay, don't panic. Let's start by sitting him down here. Paimon had no idea how busy it can get for Cedrine. Maybe now's not the time to ask for her help with skincare. Good point. Besides, it might actually be interesting to observe her at work. Well, this could hurt, so I suggest you take a deep breath first. Did his face melt? What happened to him?
It's anyone's guess. His face melted off shortly after arriving at the fortress.
But since he's a serious offender, he can't be allowed out for medical treatment. Best we can do for now is ask the head nurse to give him something to manage the symptoms. This is
It's
gonna be awkward.
to relate
Still
to
need to
the.
bring him to the Marashose Phantom for questioning. What if he scares them half to death? Will that be our fault?
The Marashose Phantom? Does this have something to do with the case Risley's dealing with?
Yep, it was a huge case. They bagged a few dozen crooks in one fell swoop. And this guy's the baddest apple of the bunch. He harmed countless people. And now, it looks like it's all finally catching up with him.
You done gawking?
Not yet. I need to check the severity of your ulcers to decide the right dosage. Don't worry. We Melazines have a very different sense of aesthetics from humans. To me, he just looked like a little kitty with slightly scruffy fur, but still just as cute.
Don't patronize me. Do I look like a kid to you? Just give me the meds and let me out of here. I already missed my cell.
Hey, lose the attitude. You dare talk back to our head nurse like that again? Your days are numbered.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, I'm going to apply the medication now. Tell me if it hurts, alright? Look how nice Seedween's being. And he still talks to her like that? What a nasty piece of work.
Can I leave now?
Wow, not a peep. What a brave little guy.
Thank you, Sejuin. And I apologize for the trouble.
So, Traveler, Paimon, did you bring the ingredients? We did, but we don't want to interfere or anything. You're busy saving lives here. Oh, don't be silly. I agreed to it, didn't I? Just hand me the ingredients, and I'll make some time to whip it into the improved version for you. Take a rest here if you want. Or, if you're not tired, I hear they're holding a new Pancreation tournament in the administration area.
Ooh, fighting tournament.
Alternatively, is there anything we could help you with, Seedween?
Take it as a token of gratitude.
Let's help you out. It's the least we could do. Good point. Kind-hearted humans start to develop guilt if they accept free help from others. Don't worry. I'll take a look at my schedule. I'm sure I can find something to treat this condition. I gotta warn you, though. It'll be tiring work. So I suggest you take a break first, then come back and see me when you're ready. We're ready, Seedween. What's our first mission? I found the perfect job for the Traveler. First, I'd like you to lie down in this bed. What for? I need you to pretend to be sick. What? Is it that difficult? I thought you did a pretty good job last time. Oh, so you knew. I sure did. She was way more interesting than the usual malingering inmates. When you played along very well, Paimon, I observed you two for quite a while after that. Well, this is awkward. But why do you need us to do it again now? No time to explain. My next patient will be here any second. Please just do as I say. You can, pretend like you've got a nasty headache. And throw in some dry heaving for good measure. Okay.
Hey, Duck, it's me. I'm only here because my mom won't stop pestering me about it. So annoying.
Well, your mother has enough on her plate with a busy job. Well, the last thing she needs is to worry about you being sick as well.
I know. I shouldn't treat the place like a playground. Shouldn't go swimming in the lower levels where we join up with the sea, because it'll give me a cold and distract her from her work. I thought I'd be able to have some fun here at the fortress for a few days, but it's always, don't do this and don't do that.
All right. Sit yourself down and I'll take your temperature. Your fever still hasn't gone down. Well, here Here's your medicine. 1 cup for starters, and we'll see if it helps.
But Doc, it's so bitter. Do I really have to drink it? I mean, I'll be fine, right? I've got an uncle who caught a cold. His fever went away on its own after a couple days. Can't you just write me a note saying I'm on the mend? I just need something to keep my mom off my case.
I sure can. You're a very brave boy, after all.
Huh? Brave? What makes you say that?
Well, if you want to rely on your own immune system to clear up your fever, oh, then you'll have to tough it out like this young lady. Hang in there, traveler. Are you gonna puke? Paimon can get you a paper bag.
Huh?
As long as you're tough enough to get through the nausea and dizziness caused by the high fever, you'll be right as rain after just a few days' rest.
And if I'm not tough enough?
Hey! Wake up! Wake up! Put it this way. At least you'll never have to see the doctor again, right?
I think maybe I'll take that medicine after all, if that's okay.
Oh, of course. Here, it's still warm.
It's so bitter. Oh.
All done. Great job, you two. That kid really doesn't know what's good for him. His mother's a guard here. She's been working back-to-back shifts lately, but unfortunately his father's away on a business trip right now. She had no choice but to bring her son here for the time being. He was quite happy at first. He seemed to think that the Fortress of Meropide would be all fun and games. So you made us put on that act just to scare a kid into taking his medicine? That's a pretty sneaky trick. Seems like there's a whole side to Siege we never knew about. It's a technique I learned from my teacher. Oh, you had a teacher? Was she a Melusine doctor too? She was human. She passed away a long time ago. Oh, sorry.
I mean, Melusines lived for lots of many years, so.
It's always nice when I get to talk about her with other people. She was a traveling doctor, and since she didn't have a clinic, she'd go out and visit her patients wherever they were. Dealing with the badly behaved ones was her specialty. She used to say, if you can scare the little brats into taking their medicine, you won't have to hear them wailing and screeching when their condition gets worse.
Sounds like a good plan.
She sounds like a pretty strict teacher. Strict?
Smart.
Well, that's not how my teacher saw it. She thought of herself as terrifying to kids. Strange way for a doctor to describe themselves. Now Paimon's curious to know what she looked like. As it happens, I actually have a picture of her.
Excuse me. Not that scary old lady.
Oh, wow, yeah, okay, that'll terrify the kids. Yep, all the children she treated thought she was a witch. Why does it almost sound like you're envious of her? Oh, because I am. If she was here, all the children would take their medicine without any need for tricks. A doctor who looks like a witch. True, they wouldn't dare try anything funny with her around. Oh, me, on the other hand, it's hopeless. Children aren't afraid of me at all. That's actually a good thing, you know? Oh, my next patient should be arriving now. Would you mind lending me a hand again?
Okay, what are we doing this time?
Sure thing! On to the next mission! Is it nighttime already? That flew by. You really have a busy
No
day,
yachting,
Sigma.
Paimon.
Well, thanks to you two, it was much easier today.
Glad we could help.
Should we get some rest? It's getting pretty late. Oh, there is one last thing. I have to keep it confidential, so I usually leave it till after everyone's clocked out.
Oh.
Confidential? Are you sure you can tell us? Well, it's fine. You're not living here anymore, so it's okay if you know. All it is I have to prepare some ingredients to make healthy meals with. Wait, you mean those healthy meals?
The one that's magically appear on the third day.
My patients refuse to eat any healthy meals I prepare in front of them, so I have to prep the ingredients in secret, then let the chef at the coupon cafeteria handle the rest. Considering even the chef's version makes people uneasy, it really makes you wonder what's in it. You want to find out? I can teach you how to make it. That way, if you ever suffer from exhaustion on your future travels, you can prepare a healthy meal for yourself. It's really good for you, you know. Sure? Guess we can help out one more time. The ingredients are ready. Now, put them on the table and add them in the order I tell you. First, we add this special slime condensate. Stir it thoroughly, then pour it in. See that? It adds elasticity. It looks just like tasty jelly, doesn't it? Yeah, it really does. Until you remember it's slime condensate. Next up, xenochromatic crystals. You want to crush them up into a fine powder, like powdered sugar. Wait, are those from Fontimer aberrants? Are you sure they're edible? Finally, we'll need some high-protein meat. Frogs are an excellent choice. You just need to clean their innards.
What?
And then you're left with some lovely, tender meat. Oh! Frogs.
What?
And we're done. All that's left now is to pack them into lunch boxes and hand them to Walsey. Yesterday in the production zone, I noticed an inmate who's been working for 2 days straight. That means it's a healthy meal for him tomorrow. Siegewing really does have the inmate's best interests at heart.
Get the prepared ingredients to Rosie.
Adventure time.
Haven't been down to the Coupon Cafe for a while.
Head nurse. Got some extras for me?
Just the one today. The serial number's on the lid.
Sounds good. I'll make sure it gets delivered.
Sounds like they're talking in... Thanks for your help.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. I only wish I could do more. You work so hard for all our sakes. I'd happily lose a little sleep if it meant helping you out.
That won't do. If you reduce your sleeping hours any further, your health will start to suffer.
All right. Nurse's orders. I'll do as I'm told. But you take care of yourself, too.
Well, I'm done with work for today. Thanks for helping out, you two. Seems like the guards and staff here have a lot of respect for you, Siegewing. In just one day of helping you with your work,
Allergies.
it feels like we've done a lot for the fortress.
Head nurse, please, wait. I'm sorry to disturb you this late at night, but I think you'll agree. This is urgent.
Oh?
Okay, just relax and catch your breath. What's the matter?
The guard at the observation ward, Odilon, he told me to pass on a message to you. One of the inmates there, the guy suffering from possible hallucinations, well, he seems to have made a sudden recovery, and now he wants to apply for permission to leave the ward.
Already? You were right to tell me. I'll have to examine him and make sure he's well before we discharge him. Looks like we've got one job as medical assistants left. We'll come with you.
I wonder if he was using the skincare stuff and then, enjoy your game. You got anything new? Try Amadine, Fontaine, Ribs, Bobar, Haggis. Nope. What's up? It's probably this one.
Off we go!
Sure, I got back to Ben.
Ah, head nurse, you're finally here. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, but I believe I've now made a full recovery. After giving it some thought, I'm sure that I was probably just seeing things. Stress-related, I imagine. I'd been working long hours, so I definitely wasn't in the best state of mind.
I totally understand. Still, I have to give you an examination before I can discharge you, okay? So, take a deep breath and don't be nervous. It'll be the exact same procedure as we did this morning. We can start whenever you're ready.
Again, so sorry. I was in such a state this morning, I barely recall anything. Would you mind taking me through it again?
Oh, not at all. It's a lot to remember. First up, we have a little cognitive test. Just concentrate and you'll be fine. To start with, which finger am I holding up?
Your middle finger.
All right, all indicators seem normal.
So it was a stress-induced hallucination after all?
Well, we've certainly had previous cases of mental illness caused by overwork, which is why I carefully observe everyone in the production zone. I wonder how I managed to miss the signs this time.
Please, head nurse, you shouldn't blame yourself. I'm just still adapting, that's all. Pushed myself too hard, and I guess I couldn't take it. Thanks for looking after me. I'll be as good as new after a good night's sleep. And if you can give me the okay, I know I'll sleep better back in my good old dorm.
It can be difficult to relax in an unfamiliar environment. All right then, you can leave the ward. I suggest you take 2 days off to focus on your recovery. I'll take you off the observation list for now, so you're officially discharged.
Great. I can't thank you enough, head nurse.
Mr. Odilon, could you escort him back?
Of course. I'm on guard duty in the administrative area tonight, so nothing will go wrong. You have my word.
Guess you're finally done for the day now, huh?
Yep. But I still haven't gotten around to making that improved lotion for you yet.
Oh, no rush! Seriously, it's super late now. You should go get some rest too.
Well, tomorrow it is then. Good night, traveler. Good night, Paimon. Hope you sleep well.
Oh, don't you worry. We will. After a productive day of work, we're both gonna sleep like a log.
Good night, Cedrine.
Tight, Cedrine. See you tomorrow.
What are we at? 8 to 12.
sleep like a log. Let's go find Seedream.
Don't we have a job to do?
Yeah, we gotta go meet with Seedream.
Whoa! How is the infirmary even busier than yesterday? Good morning, Traveler and Paimon. I have a few people here for a checkup, so you might need to wait for a while. No problem. Anything we can do to help? There's a bit of a complicated situation here. I'm still getting to the bottom of it myself.
You have to believe me. I'm telling the truth.
You're in a medical facility. Keep it down.
Please, listen to me. I'm not Gascon. I'm Uy.
You're a horrible liar, you know that? We get all your mugshots with the arrest warrants. It's clear as day that you're Gascon.
You mean because of the way I look? I don't know what happened. I just woke up like this. Then you guys dragged me in here for an interrogation.
I brought you here to figure out what's going on. If you truly are the victim of an injustice, yelling isn't going to achieve anything. At most, it'll delay your vindication.
All right. I get it.
This is nuts. Yesterday's interrogations went fine, and now this.
Morning, Your Grace. What's going on?
Remember the case I mentioned yesterday? The one brought to me by the Marachose Phantom? Well, we've been questioning the inmates involved this morning. Every single one of them is claiming mistaken identity.
Huh. That's even weirder than what that guy was saying yesterday.
The thing is, none of them have been able to provide any evidence whatsoever to support their claims. Questioning them further got us nowhere, so for now, we've brought them to the infirmary.
And we thought yesterday was as busy as it got for Seedween.
We've compiled their statements. Have a look. Perhaps there's something we missed.
Who's this Potten? I'm alright. I had applied to go out and see a doctor, but when I woke up, I was in another cell. Unbelievable. I guess gone on release. Today should have been the final day of my sentence. So I should have gone free. What gives? Henri. I'm Eric. Why does stuff like this always happen to me? Now there's no way for me to... My release papers are getting squared away today. My name is Odilon. I'm a guard. I think I was attacked. This isn't me at all.
Wait.
Release? Interesting. The inmates they spoke of in their statements appear to all be due for release today.
I noticed that too. If that's their plan, they're underestimating us a little. Every serious offender claims that there's someone else who just so happens to be due for release today. And they're expecting us to go along with that.
All the more reason to be cautious. Lumberzar, check the release list for today and make sure no one gets processed. We're gonna need an excuse, though. Just say we're out of forms, and that we're furiously printing more as we speak.
I'm on it.
It's conceivable that our chief of serious offenders somehow found a way to switch places with inmates who are about to be released, so they can walk out right under our noses.
We did consider that possibility. But I mean, just look at them. They match the warrants, period. How could there have been a switch?
Only if they're dead ringers for the inmates due for release, I suppose. I gave you that name list yesterday to assist in your investigation. Did that help?
Yes, the inmates' mugshots were attached to the list. The first thing I did was check for lookalikes, and I didn't find any. The only other thing that stands out to me is that their voices sound a little different today. But it's not exactly hard to put on a fake voice.
Oh, really? What does our head nurse make of all of this?
Give me a moment. I think I have a way to confirm whether there's been a switch. I know, it's not time to change your dressing yet, but please bear with me. Huh? Isn't that the guy from yesterday? This should be Honore. He has very severe facial ulcers, which require an operation in the hospital at the Court of Fontaine. I authorized him to leave the fortress for medical treatment under guarded escort.
Yes, like I told you. I'm not Putton. I'm Honore.
So there has been a swap. Well, I can see what happened in Potton's case, but how do you explain the other inmates? You're not telling me their souls switched bodies, are you?
No, I believe it was their faces that got switched. The method is a bit like replacing a tooth. Take the bad tooth out, put a false one in. And actually, I think I can prove it to you. Traveler, Paimon, do you remember Eric from the other day?
Yeah, sure do.
Then you can be my witnesses. To start with, please fetch the inmate who claims to be Eric.
Oh. This guy?
So, you're Eric?
Yes, head nurse. It's me. You do believe me, right?
I need to do another examination on you. Same procedure as yesterday.
All right. It's the cognition test first, right? So I need to concentrate.
Now, try to recall if you can. The last time we did this test, which finger did I hold up?
I believe it was your index finger.
But that means...
Huh?
So, basically, last night, the Eric who said he saw another him suddenly recovered and applied to leave the observation ward. Siegewing did another test before letting him leave, but that time, she held up her pinky finger.
Huh? I don't know about any test last night. There was nothing to do in the observation ward, so I went straight to bed. Then I somehow woke up in a high-security cell.
Well, in that case, there is a reasonable explanation for the strange events of the past 2 days.
So, what exactly happened?
The gang of serious offenders wanted to break out of prison, so they identified a group of scapegoats, namely inmates whose terms were almost up, and planned to switch appearances with them. Last night, when Odilon was on duty, they ambushed him and had one of their group switch appearances with him using their face-swapping method. That allowed them to avoid scrutiny from the other guards. Then, once all the other inmates were asleep, Odilon spent his night shift carrying out the remainder of their switcheroo plan. However, they made one mistake. Henri changed his appearance to match Eric's earlier than he should have done, and ended up being spotted by the real Eric. Real Eric came to the guards for help, but we didn't know then what we know now. So we put it down to hallucination and sent him to the observation ward. However, since one of the gang members was posing as a guard, they simply changed real Eric's appearance and had their Eric take his place, muddying the waters even further.
Great! Because I'd put Eric on the observation list by then, and no inmates on that list can be processed for departure until I've discharged them.
Hence why the imposters had to pull that little stunt to get fake Eric off the list.
Yeah, it all makes sense now! The Duke cracked the case!
Well, I can't fault the reasoning. But I'm afraid that we ruled out the possibility of face switching very early on in this process.
Criminals altering their facial appearance to commit crimes is nothing new. In fact, one of the explicit duties of the Malazines in the Marechaussee Phantom is to identify criminals in disguise. We carefully examined all the suspects, and there is no evidence that any means of disguise were used in this case.
Huh. Well then, how do we explain all this?
So far, it seems more likely that the gang stole documentation belonging to the inmates due for release, and are using that to commit identity fraud.
Actually, there is a potion that can completely change someone's appearance. If they use that, even a Melusine wouldn't be able to detect it.
A shape-shifting potion?
Interesting.
Forgive me, head nurse, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it. If such a potion truly existed, it would jeopardize our entire investigative process at the Marechaussee Phantom. Are you certain of this?
Yes, I am.
But...
Please, trust me in my professional opinion as an experienced clinician.
At the same time, without any solid evidence, it's pure speculation. If we can round up all the inmates suspected of switching places, then have a little talk with both sides, we might just get our answer. Yep, let's do that.
Okay. Well, it was our negligence that meant we had to come and conduct these post-internment interrogations. And I know it's put you out. We'll do it your way.
Your Grace,
Fine.
bad news. I paused the releases like you asked, but we were too late. A bunch of people already got processed 2 hours ago.
Oh?
I checked the list, and sure enough, it's all the people who gave statements.
2 hours ago? That's before today's interrogations began. They had this all planned out.
So there really was a switch after all. They really pulled the wool over our eyes on this one.
We should be able to catch up with them if we leave now, right?
Not if that potion is real. They can just switch faces again after leaving the fortress. And if the Marechaussee's Melusines can't even spot them, we wouldn't know where to start searching.
Yikes! So we're at a complete dead end!
Not necessarily.
Well, technically there is one more lead we could follow up on. We were only able to arrest this gang thanks to the help of a researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute. I believe his name is Rawat.
Oh? Rawat? Isn't that the handsome guy we met at that skincare promotion?
Handsome? Maybe from a human point of view. I just remember that he specialized in potions. One of the crimes this gang is charged with is the manufacture and sale of illicit drugs. According to Mr. Rawat, they appear to have stolen technology he developed through his research and used it in their operation. At first, he thought it was a typical case of intellectual property infringement, and he tried to negotiate with them. But once he discovered their criminal operation, he reported them to the authorities. Thanks to his report, we were able to swoop in and arrest them all in one go.
What a hero! Bet that took courage on his part.
No doubt. This is worth following up on. As the one who snitched on them, it's highly likely that Rawat will be targeted by the escapees. That aside, since he's negotiated with them in person before, there's a chance he'll have some additional information for us.
Understood, Your Grace. My team and I will head to the Fontaine Research Institute right away. In the meantime, please keep an eye on the face switch victims for us.
Of course.
Miss Morgan, I'd like to come along and help you catch these criminals.
Huh? Why's that?
Well, I'm the one who discharged the fake Eric last night, so I feel partly responsible.
Don't say that, head nurse. Your focus was on the inmates' health, and rightly so. We can't ask you to help with arresting criminals. That's our duty.
I also have a more personal reason. Cotton is a patient of mine, and if I don't get a new batch of medicine to him in time, his condition will get much worse.
Look, head nurse, I completely understand where you're coming from. But arresting criminals is dangerous business. And if anything happened to you, None of us can afford to take on that responsibility.
Don't worry. I can defend myself just fine.
You say that, but still.
If I may, Miss Morgan, Siegeween is the one who raised the potion hypothesis, and I'm sure she has far more expertise on the topic than your team. My suggestion would be to bring her with you, and if you really are worried for her safety, then...
Take the Traveler!
Ah, there you go, right on cue. Knew I could count on you.
Okay. Well, since this plan has the Duke's blessing, far be it from me to refuse. We should head off immediately. Time is of the essence.
Good thing I can get up here really quick.
Greetings. Sorry to impose, but I'm afraid we're here on urgent business, and we're gonna need you to cooperate.
The marsh is a phantom. Let me guess, you're investigating some more illegal research?
Not this time, no. We're looking for a researcher. Do you know where we might find Mr. Rawat?
Rawat. Oh yeah, Mr. Handsome, right? He actually doesn't work on site here very often. There's a handful of researchers in the nearby area who know him pretty well, though. You can see what they know.
Just a handful? Paimon figured he'd be the most popular guy around.
Well, I guess you could say he's popular, at least on a superficial level. He's blessed with good looks, so he tends to make a good first impression on people. But in all his time here at the Fontaine Research Institute, I don't think he's ever had a single deep conversation about his research with his peers. That's no way to make real friends around here.
That's so weird. He definitely didn't come across like a recluse at that product promotion.
Oh, I don't find that weird at all. He definitely didn't strike me as the kind of guy who's good at making friends.
Really? Paimon couldn't tell. Must be a Melusine perception thing.
Okay, we should talk with his acquaintances, but we also need to check the Research Institute for any clues. Let's split up. It'll save us some time.
Sure thing. We'll go ask around among the other researchers with Siegeween. Paimon's suddenly kind of curious to know what everyone really thinks of him.
Let's know these guys. Susan, I don't know if choose that. Containers.
Excuse us, are you Audrey?
That's me. What is it?
Are you close friends with Rawat? We're trying to find out where he is.
Close friends? You mean because I told him I had feelings for him once? I doubt I'm the first or last at the Institute to make that mistake. Why would you single me out as a close friend? I should
out of water.
have known, really. Men like him, they just enjoy being surrounded by fawning women. They're not interested in a serious relationship.
Okay. We were just kind of wondering if you might know where we can find him.
Why would I know where he's at? I barely know him, and he probably doesn't even remember me.
Ugh, this is getting annoying. Shall we go ask someone else?
I think she knows Rawat better than she cares to admit. If we leave now, it might be a wasted opportunity.
Maybe, but we're not going to get much out of her while she's in this state, are we?
She's displaying symptoms common among people in love, if that's what you mean. But I know a cure.
It's
Oh.
curable?
It's curable.
Oh, we're still no closer to finding Mr. Rawat. Oh, by this point, he could be in grave danger.
Danger? Wait, why are you looking for him again?
Oh, that's right, yeah! The Marshose Phantom said that he's been targeted by some pretty bad people. We need to make sure he's safe.
What? How has this happened? He seemed fine when I last saw him, and that was only a couple of days ago. Just happened to run into him, of course.
Oh, I see. I see. Well, do you have any thoughts on where he might be right now?
Okay, but this is purely out of concern for his safety. If he's not at the Institute, he might be at his mother's place. I heard she raised him alone, that they had it pretty tough financially, and these days she's housebound due to illness. He makes regular trips back home to check on her.
Oh, okay. Do you know the address?
Nope, sorry. I only found out the thing about his mother because it came up in conversation once. I was just trying to find out more about him, so I could get to know him better. When I told him I had a crush on him, I offered to help him take care of his mother. And yeah, maybe that was a stupid idea, but did he really have to yell at me for it? It's like, fine, I can take no for an answer, but what's with the temper tantrum? Unbelievable. These guys only want to show you their charming, well-groomed exterior. They can't stand it when a few home truths shine through.
Looks like her love syndrome is flaring up again.
We need to find out Mr. Rawat's mother's address. Let's check with the Marshose officers when we regroup.
Cool, sounds like a plan. Hey there, are you in Teep?
What do you want?
We're looking for a Rawat.
Any idea where he might be? We were told you were pretty close with him.
Close? Not sure that's the word I'd use. He wouldn't even let me use his patent.
Huh?
It's been a good few days since I last saw him. I don't know where he's at. Go ask someone else.
Would the patent in question happen to be related to the new skincare product he developed?
Yeah, kinda. Butterfly Dew, or whatever he calls it. I heard he made a tidy sum off of that one.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Keep going.
Most of the other researchers here focus on mechanics, energy, stuff like that. I get why he wouldn't be interested in having anything to do with them. But I'm studying coatings. There's a huge overlap in our areas of research. Why would he refuse to work with me? I bought his product once and noticed it contains a unique substance that might have applications in coatings too. If it worked out, I could probably make as much as he's making. Don't get me wrong, I had no intention of plagiarizing his work. I was hoping to get official permission to use his findings in my own research. Followed the proper procedure. It was all above board. I would have had to pay him a license fee and everything. But despite that, he turned me down not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Whoa.
It's like he's vehemently opposed to the idea of anyone else making the kind of money he does.
Huh, so is Rawat antisocial, or is this guy just jealous? Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any info about Rawat's whereabouts from him. Let's go.
Wait, 1 second. Mr. Antib, next time you go shopping, you should buy some Buell fruits. Peel the skin, steep in water, then drink. It'll help calm your mood.
Huh? Yeah. Thanks.
Jeez, this guy is like a real jerk. Class A jerk.
but are you Bertram?
Yes.
Who's asking?
Bob.
Just some concerned citizens helping out the Marechaussee Phantom with an investigation. We'd like to ask you about Rawat's whereabouts, if that's okay. We're told the two of you are pretty close.
Not anymore, we're not. Turns out we don't see eye to eye.
Oh?
Oh yeah? What happened?
The thing about us researchers is, most of us do what we do for some sort of higher purpose. But not Rawat. All he cared about was how to commercialize his findings. He won't even let you work with him unless you sign a confidentiality agreement first. Also, he has better control over who gets which intellectual property rights. How are you supposed to get any meaningful research done working with a guy like that? Now that I've got my own technical solution for my compressor, I don't need to work with him anymore.
So that's what Rawat is really like.
We'd still like to know where to find him. Is that something you can help us with?
Wait, you're... Yeah, I know you. You're the head nurse at the Fortress of Meripede. Alright, then I'm happy to help you if I can. I respect the work you do. Medicine serves the highest purpose of all the sciences.
Wow, turns out Seedween's got some real clout.
Thing is, I have no real way of knowing where he might be. I stopped working with him 2 months ago, and I've barely seen him since. But if you want my advice, I'd say go talk to the peddlers. There's a few he meets with every other day or so. Maybe they know where he's at.
Peddlers?
Yeah, back when I was working with him, I noticed he met with them quite often. Wouldn't surprise me if they were involved in some shady business together, because it seemed like they went out of their way to avoid discussing anything in my presence. The little I overheard was about manufacturing and selling pharmaceutical drugs. Like I said, he's all about the money.
It's all about that money.
Doesn't he work with skincare products? Do those count as drugs?
Who knows? I never cared to find out. He's the Morag rubber, not me.
Thank you. You've given us plenty to work with.
Welcome. Goodbye, and may we both reach new heights in our scientific endeavors.
Well, that's all 3 researchers. Let's head back to the meetup point.
Huh?
You know, Hyman started out thinking Rawat was a handsome researcher with a friendly and cheerful personality. It's such a surprise to learn that his peers have a different impression of him.
So, what's your view of him now, Paimon?
A handsome researcher whose difficult upbringing turned him into a profit chaser with a chip on his shoulder?
So your thoughts about his appearance haven't changed at all?
Well, his looks are kind of a big deal. At least in Paimon's opinion. How did such a handsome guy end up being so antisocial? Even with his difficult family background.
Excuse me.
It just doesn't make any sense.
You can't judge a person solely based on their appearance.
Head nurse.
Yeah.
Traveler. I assume you've spoken with the researchers. What did you find out?
You mentioned Rawat's involvement with some pharmaceutical merchants. Do you know if he's registered any pharmaceutical brands?
Since he was a whistleblower on such a huge case, I ran a background check on him. I don't remember there being any brands under his name.
How strange. If he was so focused on commercializing his research and averse to sharing his technology with others, why wouldn't he have registered his own brands? Maybe he and his business partners needed to avoid public scrutiny?
You think he may have colluded with the gang? Well, the crime was manufacture and sale of drugs, and that would certainly be in his wheelhouse. We can't rule it out.
Isn't that pretty unlikely, though? He was the one who blew the whistle on them!
Most children who come to me with tooth decay have suffered pain for a long time already, but they'll still try to hide the fact that they eat too many sweets. Grown-ups and children aren't so different in that regard.
If you say so.
I saw him when he came to make his report, and I certainly didn't get the feeling that he was the type to collude with criminals. Perhaps it's more likely that they were coercing him. You mentioned that he comes from a poor family. So, it's possible that the criminals approached him, asking for academic support, luring him in with the promise of riches. By the time he discovered who they really were, he was in too deep. They had leverage on him, so he was forced to keep working for them. I've seen it happen many times before.
That does make a lot of sense. It would definitely explain why he was so unwilling to cooperate with his fellow researchers.
And talk to anyone else.
No wonder he's so unsociable. He must be on edge all the time with a gang of crooks breathing down his neck.
In that case, the situation could be worse than we thought. If Rawat was working with the escaped inmates, they're sure to know more about his whereabouts than us. Oh, there's a good chance they'll get to him before we do.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, he was last seen 2 days ago. If no one's seen him since, maybe we're too late.
2 days ago? So he went missing right after that product promotion.
That was the same day he reported the criminals, too. Not a good sign.
Don't worry, everyone. I believe we still have a chance. Since he disappeared right after blowing the whistle, it's likely that he's gone into hiding.
He must have been worried that they'd come for him.
All the more reason to find him as soon as possible. The only lead we have at the moment is his mother's house, which you mentioned earlier. Seath, think you can find the place?
Yep. When you register a brand, the Court of Fontaine requires you to provide a legal address. The one Rawat wrote down was in the outskirts of the city. That should be the place.
Okay, then there's no time to lose. Let's move.
Ugh. Go to Mama's house. Why couldn't Mom live closer to the teleport point?
All right, this should be the house. I'm pretty sure this was the address.
Okay, I'll knock.
Come out with your hands up.
Sounds like whoever's inside has restricted mobility. Oh, it seems serious. Oh, what's the fastest way to get this door open?
Break the door down?
No.
I'll handle it. Let the expert deal with it. There'll be a mountain of paperwork if we damage a citizen's property. Calm down. Deep breaths. Remember your training. Control your strength. And... it's open!
Seath, take a few people and lie in wait. Keep your eyes peeled for any activity around the house. The Traveler, head nurse, and I will go inside.
Go inside.
No, don't look this way.
Yeah, but you got a potato over here.
Oh, there. On the bed, there's an old lady. That's gotta be Rawat's mother, right? She doesn't look like she's in any state to be answering our questions, though.
We could try, but she is very ill. We mustn't force it.
Well, doesn't look like Rawat's here. She's the only one we can talk to.
Yep. Allow me. Hello, ma'am. Might I ask if you're Rawat's mother? We are trying to locate him.
Friends of your sons.
Hard of hearing, perhaps. Does anyone have a picture of Rawat?
I have one here.
I'd like to show you a photo, ma'am. Is this your son? Do you know where he is?
Looks like this isn't gonna work after all.
Well, looks like we're out of leads. If Rawat's not here, things are looking very bad for him.
Is it possible he could have avoided returning here because he knew he'd be in danger?
Maybe. But if so, where do we look next? Maybe we should take another look at the Institute.
Yes, so?
I suggest we all return there now. We found a good amount of useful information the first time, but perhaps there's something we missed. This is our last hope.
Sorry, officer, but could I stay here for a while? This patient requires some care.
Of course. Traveler, stay with the head nurse. You're technically here as her assistant after all.
You got it.
I'd like some Marechaussee members to stay as well, and keep an eye on the area.
Why's that?
If Rawat knows how serious his mother's condition is, he will return.
Got it. Okay. I'll tell the squad members in hiding to stay put and keep a lookout.
Thanks for helping me out yet again, Traveler and Paimon.
No problem. But when you say her condition is serious, do you mean...
Yes. She's barely clinging on to life.
Oh.
Let me take care of a few things first. Could you pass me the towel over there?
Yeah, of course.
These are pain.
I can tell that her family has tried a lot of different treatment methods, including some very expensive medicines. Unfortunately, her condition is so multifaceted that a recovery looks all but impossible.
Seedwing. Paimon bets being a nurse must be pretty tough at times like this.
Yes. It makes me a little sad. In Melizine's eyes, a human's birth, aging, sickness, and death are as much a part of natural law as sunrise and sunset. But human medicine can defy that law to some extent. In that sense, it is a science of miracles. That is why I became fascinated with it in the first place. But it was only after I truly became a doctor that I realized miracles don't always happen. Even the greatest doctors cannot cure all diseases.
Seedwing.
Don't worry about me, Paimon. A doctor's duty is not to cure all diseases, but to treat whatever ailments they can. At the very least,
There's a lot of doctors understood that.
That way she'll suffer less. And she might even be able to see her son.
Yeah. All the more reason to find Rawat as soon as possible, even if we don't catch those crooks.
Oh, her fever is getting worse. Could I get some hot water?
Sure, we're on the case.
Look for hot water. An underground lab is written down in the journal.
water?
Sure did. And look what else we found. Judging by this journal, it seems like Rawat has a private lab. There's a good chance he could be there right now. We gotta go tell Officer Morgan.
Oh, that's great news. But hold on just a moment. The wet towel is ready. I'm giving you another injection. Are you feeling better now? It's all right. We'll go bring him back. Please hang in there.
Thank you.
To the hidden lab. Bum, bum, bum.
It's Officer Morgan! They're already here!
We came as soon as we heard the news. I can't believe we were so careless. The most crucial information of all was hiding right there, in that room. We missed it.
Don't blame yourself. Right now, we need to focus on finding a way in.
There's a mechanical door over here! Hopefully the instructions in Rawat's journal will help us open it.
It's open. Let's go in.
Get away with the machines. Taking the big boom team. Gotta keep Seijuin safe.
Don't slip and fall.
How did they get in here?
Captain, up ahead! Those look like our fugitives!
So they found this place too? Don't let any of them escape! Dissipate!
Let's blow bubbles.
Pick the wrong test subject.
Captain, according to our list, many of the fugitives aren't accounted for. There may be others hiding deeper inside the facility.
Ah, so these guys were just the lookout crew.
The Mara Shosei Phantom!
Wait, it's that guard from the fortress.
That's right, I'm on your side. The Duke sent me. What's the matter? Some sort of mix-up?
Mr. Odilon, didn't I tell you a few days ago that you need to stop all field work until you've recovered?
Well, you know, gotta help His Grace out. Share the load.
Officer Morgan, this man is an imposter. The real Mr. Odilon has no recent health issue.
What? But
Looks like the head nurse was right about the face-swapping method. Arrest them all! DuPont, stay here and keep guard. And watch the exit. If we're not back soon, call for reinforcements.
Got it.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
So many jars. Was this some sort of production facility?
This scent. It's probably the ingredients used to make butterfly dew.
How come they're all empty? Did it sell so well that he ran out of supplies?
No.
How strange. Why would Rawat choose to manufacture a popular product like that in such a difficult-to-reach location? Given our
He's
suspicion
shellfish.
that he may have been coerced into the illegal drug trade, I would have thought that any production facility we find here would be used for illicit purposes.
Perhaps butterfly dew is itself an illegal drug.
Do you have any evidence for that claim?
No, just a guess. We need to find Rawat as soon as possible. He has all the answers we need.
Understood. Well, let's not linger here. Let's go. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Doesn't look like we're gonna get this door open. Let's find another way around. This one's closed too. What's with those carts and tracks? Oh, maybe it's one of those doors that opens when it senses cargo passing through. There's a loaded cart right over there. Let's bring it to the door and give it a try.
Poor dog. Make him run up and down the stairs. Ta-dum.
Quietly now.
He might feel a little prick. Let's see.
It's not nice to call people little pricks, Siegewing. Yes, but you wore him out by making him go up and down it. Okay, cart move. Really came down a little. That's where we start. That door was shut. And the cart. Oh, this is the door that opened the cart. Got these guys here. No, it's... Yeah. This one... Jackson. Okay. What else is... Oh, this one's got stuff in it. Get over here. It's got a lot of water in here. Ocean water.
This room's much smaller than the others.
Judging by the implements on the table, this looks like a potion-making lab.
Head nurse! Over here!
Primordial seawater?
Let's see. Huh? Robot's clothes. Why would he change here?
Perhaps they stripped him down, left the clothes behind, and disposed of him somewhere else?
Yikes, Seedween, where did that come from?
Oh, what a tragic way to go. Especially with such a bright future ahead of him.
Or...
There's a path leading further on, Officer Morgan. Let's keep up the pace.
Or he's not the victim in this at all. And... she's one of the criminals and he's trying to hide.
There's a whole bunch of
Boop,
people
boop,
in
boop.
there.
It's like a comedy.
Are you serious? You're telling us that within a day, our faces are going to rot like yours?
Fontanian physiology changed dramatically after that great flood, and it's not as compatible with this face-changing solution as before. The side effects are as you can see.
Why didn't you say anything before we all used it?
Look, my plan got you all out of prison, didn't it? You'd have much bigger problems to worry about right now if the Marshal Say Phantom found out about your other crimes. Consider an ugly mug getting off lightly.
Ugh. You're just lucky we didn't leave you in there after you disappeared on us with no warning. We only let it slide because we're former partners. And now you have the gall to pull a stunt like this?
Partners? Make no mistake, each of us is only looking out for himself. If you place too much trust in others, well, I'm afraid that's your problem. You hid things from me too. Remember how you each had a spare potion? You kept quiet about it until we planned the prison break?
Oh, and you didn't have a secret spare? Then do you want to explain how you melted your face off before all this?
Guys, that's enough. Calm down. It is what it is. Arguing won't change anything. What's the plan, Parton? I'm assuming you brought us here for a reason?
There is no plan. We followed him here on the promise of more juice, but it turns out there ain't a drop here. Besides, what does it matter now anyway? He already said, even if we did get our hands on more of that stuff, switching faces again solves nothing. They're still gonna melt off eventually.
I said enough arguing. Parton, tell us the plan.
The most practical solution is to continue using the potion. Keep switching to a new face before the ulcers can start forming.
Are you kidding me? This stuff was hard enough to get a hold of even when we had a supply. Now you're asking us to use it like skin lotion after the flood all but wiped the supply out?
Well, there is another option. But you'll have to make a deal with me first.
Okay, now we're talking. What's the deal?
I have a document I took from that researcher that details how to make a replacement. Just give me one bottle of the undiluted fluid, and I'll get to work. What's the problem? I thought you always kept reserves. Or do you really just have one spare bottle each?
What do you think? That we were shipping them into the fortress of Meripede by the basket load?
They got him shit there.
Say hello to never showing your marred faces in public again.
Ugh, I've heard enough! Get him! Let's see if that document even exists!
Freeze! Marshal Say Phantom!
What? Who let them in?
Officer Morgan, before anything else, please find out Rawat's status.
Rawat?
I don't see him. Hand over the hostage now, if you want any chance of avoiding an extension to your sentences.
Spare us your condescending attempts to coax us back to our cells. You think we're looking to negotiate? Rawat is dead.
Doubt it.
Arrest them all! Don't let anyone get away!
Everyone hold hands.
So you can all melt your faces off together.
Here comes the cash.
I'll settle this.
Another test.
I see everything.
It's time for your shots. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Calm down.
You asked for it. Look alive! Ha! Our bond is strong.
How does everyone get so many guard mechs?
Things are about to get dicey.
Time for a big shot.
Just relax. Don't slip and fall.
Buckle up. Stand with me. Huh. Gotta say, I never expected to see the head nurse in combat.
Some patients respond better to a more aggressive treatment plan.
Did we get everyone?
Captain, we finished the head count. Potten's missing.
Over there! The door's...
He's trapping us in here.
One group trying to arrest me, another trying to hunt me down. Good. I gotta kill two birds with one stone.
How did he get up there? There must be a secret passage somewhere. Find it!
Don't waste your energy. I already sealed it off.
How naive. We have more people outside. If we're not back out by the agreed time, they'll come to our rescue.
Well then, you'd better hope they get here in time.
Oh.
There's some kind of gas leaking from the pipes. Be careful, it's poisonous.
This is our distribution center, where we store the product derived from our source solution. We had to use special fire prevention methods to prevent contamination. The pipe network here was designed to emit a gas for firefighting. One little modification later, and it makes an efficient death trap.
Why would you do this? Your partners are here too.
Oh, please. If they can't supply what I need, they're of no further use to me. Besides, I can't have them exposing my potential whereabouts.
He's a maniac! Come on, we gotta find a way to open that door!
Go ahead, struggle in vain. Once the last of you croaks, no one will ever find me again. So long!
I'm sure you're ready to leave, Potten. You haven't changed your dressing today.
You can't cure my face, just give up.
And what if I could?
Nice try. You're just trying to stall me. Don't you worry about me. I'll find a way to cure my face once I get out of here.
Oh, I doubt it. After all, Fontanians can no longer dissolve in primordial seawater.
What the? How did you?
The key component of the face-changing potion is the fluid left behind by dissolved Fontanians. It might look like ordinary water, but it has some unique elements in it. Before the flood, all Fontanians were oceanids, physiologically speaking. A potion made from that fluid could dissolve and reconstruct the face of a Fontanian in much the same way as hydroidolins change form. Theoretically, it could give someone any appearance they wished. But since the flood, Fontanians have become true humans. They can no longer provide the source material for this potion, nor reap its benefits.
Are you saying this potion is made from Fontanians dissolved with primordial seawater? Then their crimes are far worse than I thought.
How could you know all of this? No, wait. Of course! Well, well. So that's why you have a human appearance.
It also means that I have a formula you're unaware of. The air's getting thicker. It's getting hard to breathe.
I might get to make a deal today after all. Alright, keep talking. How do you intend to give me the formula?
Oh, it's not a formula, but a finished product. I have a bottle of it right here.
What?
When I tried Rawat's skincare product, I noticed it had a certain special component in it. So I had my friends gather some other ingredients for me, and sure enough, a little experimenting later, I'd produced the potion. I'm guessing his skincare lotion contains the fruits of your joint research?
Huh. Impressive guesswork. Yeah, we were a supplier for some of the raw ingredients. But it only contains a tiny amount of the active ingredient. The effect is minuscule compared to the undiluted fluid.
Well, I found a way to reverse the dilution process, giving the skincare lotion a similar effect to the fluid it is derived from.
That's impossible.
If I tell you some of the ingredients, I think you can figure it out. First, you need to combine tainted hydrophantasm tissue with transoceanic pearls at a ratio of around 3 to 7.
Tainted hydrophantasms and transoceanic pearls. I see. Can't believe I never thought of that.
So, can we make a deal?
Sounds good to me. There's a delivery pipeline beneath this window. Drop the potion in, and I'll release you all.
Nope, not trusting you that easily. You're like those naughty kids who try to hide their illness. Open the sluice gate first, then I'll hand you the potion.
Even if you're not bluffing, your potion won't cure my face permanently. You really think you have any leverage here? I'm not closing the valve this time. Clock's ticking.
Fine, then I'll just stand here with the potion in my hand. And when I faint from the poison, I'll drop it and it'll be destroyed.
Ooh.
It's open!
Disable that sluice gate! Jam it! Don't let it close again!
That's more like it. In that case, a promise is a promise.
Head nurse, there's too much poison gas in here. We have to leave, now!
Quickly, leave the domain. Should have worn gas masks.
Too close. That button is a real nasty piece of work.
Oh, don't be too quick to sit down. Moving around a little will help relieve the soreness. Same goes for you, traveler. Oh, but Paimon, you should be fine, right?
Flying fast is pretty tiring too, actually. Anyway, that's not important right now. I'm still shocked to learn that there's a whole criminal operation going on behind that skincare lotion.
Shame I ended up giving the improved version to Potten after finally making it for you. I'll make you some more, I promise.
No, please don't. Paimon doesn't want to use that stuff anymore. Still, it was a pretty good job that Paimon wanted to buy some in the first place, huh? It ended up saving everyone's lives. That's gotta count for something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paimon was just kidding.
Head nurse, I've done a final head count of our team and the criminals. Everyone's here and doing fine. We're ready to escort the fugitives back to the fortress of Meripede. It's a shame that we didn't find Rawat. At this point, I'm afraid he's probably deceased.
What a horrible bunch. Especially that Potten guy. If he hadn't made good on that deal, we'd all be dead because of him.
No, we wouldn't. I always keep a whole bunch of antidotes on me for emergencies. And one of them neutralizes that poison gas. We'd have been fine, even if you hadn't opened the gate.
Then why did you give him the potion?
If this is true, I must concur. Sorry to be blunt, but I think you made a bad decision by handing him that bottle. If he changes his appearance and flees Fontaine, it's unlikely that we'll ever find him. No matter how cooperative his accomplices are when we question them.
No, you don't understand. I gave him the potion precisely so we could be sure where he'll go next.
What do you mean?
We gotta hurry. She won't last much longer.
Oh, to Mom's house. Potten is Rawat.
Don't move a muscle. I might be short, but I pack a mean punch. Captain, you're just in time. While I was lying in wait, I spotted this crook snooping around, trying to find a way in. So I detained him.
Oh, his face.
Are you... Potten? So this is where you were heading, huh?
What?
This is how Potten looked before his face was marred. His current appearance matches the mugshot on his arrest warrant.
Wait, so what's going on? Wasn't the whole point of the potion to disguise himself and escape Fontaine? Why would he change back to his original face and run right into our trap?
Enough of this nonsense. Let me in.
You better pipe down. There's an old lady in there who's very sick. No way are we letting a crook like you inside.
To heck with it. Listen to me. I'm Rawat. That's my mother in there.
He's gotta be lying, right? Rawat was a victim in all this. He was forced into it against his will.
No.
How can he and this monster be the same person?
He's money hungry.
This will. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Back when I was being coerced, everyone thought I was colluding of my own free will. And then when I actually became a criminal in my own right, you all suddenly thought I must be under duress. Amazing what a difference a handsome face makes.
Save us the speech. Explain yourself.
You want an explanation? Fine. I'll tell it how it is. When I was just potting, the whole world treated me with contempt.
Ew. What do you want? Get away from me.
Women despise me.
Collaborate? You don't look like much of a researcher to me.
My peers scorned me.
Mr. Parton, was it? I'm most interested in your research. Consider my offer carefully. I doubt you'll find other investment opportunities.
Only villains would work with me.
You want out of the game? Forget about it. Turns out, I slipped up a little. Left your picture with some Marechaussee Phantom officers. Easy mistake to make. Now they've listed you as an accomplice and drawn up an arrest warrant. So I suggest you put any thoughts of running away to rest. If you get caught by the guards for being in the synth business, you ain't ever seeing the light of day again.
There was no way out for me until I could stop being Potton.
Mr. Rawat, I have something I'd like to tell you.
I became popular with women.
This new potion you developed is fascinating. Genius, in fact. Would you consider working with me? I'd be happy to sign a licensing agreement.
My peers looked up to me.
I'm very interested in your research, sir. You must no doubt have offers from countless investors. So far be it from me to ask for a full collaboration, per se. I merely wanted to express my interest. No pressure at all, naturally.
And the villains even began to fear me. Becoming Rawat showed me what a superficial world we live in, but I did not hold a grudge. After all, this superficiality could be made to work in my favor, or so I thought. But alas, the world seemed bent on finding a reason to make me despise it. Mother, I'm back. How are you doing?
Who are you?
I bought the best medicine Mora could buy, but nothing would cure her illness. In the end, I hoped she'd at least be able to see her son one last time before she passed, but when everyone else rejected me, the only person who cared about me was my mother. Then, when I became a rising star in the Fontaine Research Institute, I was unrecognizable to her.
I have to let her see me again. Even if it means donning my own wretched, ugly face. Well, is that enough explaining for you? Now do you understand? Let me inside already!
Have you ever considered if you'll even be able to look your mother in the eyes after what you've done? You found a way to completely change your identity. You could easily have escaped from them. But no, you chose to keep working with them.
Why would I want to give up on such a lucrative business? The profits were dozens of times that of the synth business, and it was all above board.
So you kept being a villain just for the money?
Yep.
Villain? By what standard? Is doing evil deeds really what makes someone a villain in your eyes? Or does it all come down to the way they look? None of you saw a villain when I was wearing my other face, did you? You have no right to judge me! We're all just fake people living in a hypocritical world. I regret nothing. My mother would understand.
You're a villain to the core, but especially that tongue.
Honestly, I don't see a villain when I look at your current face either.
Don't humor me. You don't seem surprised by my confession in the least. How long have you known the truth?
I didn't know anything for sure until you chose to take that potion bottle and spare our lives. But if you're asking when I started suspecting you, it was the first time you came to see me at the infirmary. I had to confirm my suspicions. That's why I chose to join this investigation.
Are you kidding me? A young, promising researcher and a wretched criminal? What on earth gave you the idea that they could be one and the same person?
Well, there were no visual clues. This potion's face-changing effects are very powerful. Even as a Melazine, I couldn't see through the disguise. But I believe I understand humanity a little better than most of my kind. Humans have certain fundamental qualities that do not change with their appearance.
Fundamental qualities, huh? So you think you're the one who's seen through me, do you? Most people probably don't know this, but I think I can guess what your deal is. Melazine constitutions are very close to that of water, so it stands to reason that the potion should work on them too. You used it yourself, didn't you? That's why you have a human appearance.
Seedween? Yes, you're right.
I'll bet it was back in the days when Melazines were discriminated against because of their appearance. It was either carry on living in the gutters as part of an alien race cast out by humanity, or become the head nurse of the Fortress of Meripede, revered by all. Not a hard choice to make. It's a no-brainer. So you see, you and I were the same. And I'm the one who saw through you!
That's not important right now. You came here to see your mother, didn't you? Well, I can grant you your wish.
Huh?
Headers. I'm not sure that's a good idea in his current state.
Don't worry. Back in the warehouse when I traded the potion for our lives, I was doing it to test him. He was willing to risk sacrificing his only chance of escaping capture by opening the gate in exchange for the potion. Also, he could see his mother again. If nothing else, his concern for his mother is genuine.
I see.
So before you arrest him, please allow him to see his mother one last time. The Traveler and I will accompany him. You have nothing to worry about.
All right. I understand.
Do. I mean, to change himself that drastically, just so that people would respect him.
Cotton, your son. You recognize me now, don't you? Mom, what's wrong?
I'm sorry, but I have some bad news. I examined your mother last time we were here, and it appears that due to her prolonged fever, she's lost her eyesight.
What?
Your appearance no longer has any bearing on her ability to recognize you. But there are always other ways to remind our loved ones who we are. Wouldn't you say?
No, it can't be. Please, Mom, open your eyes. It's me, your son, Cotton. If you really can't see my face, then here, take my hand. Tell me you feel your son's hand. I've done so much to get to this point. Please, you have to recognize me. No.
The temperature of his palm must have changed. I'm sorry. It seems I couldn't bring him back to you after all. It's you. Thank you. Of course.
Mom, why will you answer her and not me? Why?
No more questions, Cotton. She's gone.
Mom?
I'm sorry to say this, Cotton, But you and I are not the same.
Back at the beauty care.
Everyone, the sale of our new skincare product, Romaritime Essence, will now begin.
Another skincare promotion, and it's selling as fast as last time. Wonder what people would think if they knew what was in the last batch. Oh, Seedween's here too! Hey, Seedween!
Oh, Traveler Paimon, hello! Hope you two got a good rest yesterday after all your hard work.
Of course! Nurse's orders, right? Anyway, are you here to take notes for your next article?
Actually, I'm mostly here to help Officer Morgan wrap up yesterday's case.
Ah, that reminds Paimon. That stuff sold like crazy, didn't it? Is it gonna cause huge problems?
Nope, there's nothing to worry about. Unless modified, Butterfly Dew is an excellent skincare product that's completely safe to use. Besides, officers have already retrieved all Butterfly Dew purchased on the market. Now it's just a matter of disposal. After consulting Monsieur Nervulette, I came up with a way to neutralize any harmful effects. So it'll evaporate naturally without polluting water or soil.
Wow, it's Seedween to the rescue again!
Thank you for serving as our consultant, head nurse. All the butterfly dew we recovered has been disposed of, according to your instructions.
Great! Good job, everyone!
Also, you mentioned you wanted a copy of Rawat's interrogation records. Well, technically, Potten's records. Anyway, I have them with me. Here. After he saw his mother for the last time, it was like all his mental defenses came crashing down. He put up no resistance during the interrogation and answered all our questions. We learned a lot. Apparently, the formula was something he discovered by chance while helping the criminal gang produce synth. Later, he came up with the idea to dilute it and use the resulting substance as a skincare product. Their supplier was Vache. But you could also argue that they were the ones doing him a favor. His operation helped Vache's gang dispose of an enormous amount of evidence. It made for a seamless collaboration. One man's trash was another man's treasure.
Connections to the beginning.
It's no wonder we never noticed what Potten's gang was up to.
Vache again, huh? Is there still no end to the harm he caused?
Make no mistake. The crimes of Vache and his accomplices will come to an end. It's only a matter of time. Since the flood cut off their supply of primordial seawater, they've been forced to resort to riskier methods, like using their private reserve to attack people on the street. Naturally, those attempts all ended in failure. After receiving numerous reports, we were able to zero in on the gang and eventually round them up.
That sounds more like it.
Based on what he told us in his confession, we pretty much had him backed into a corner, even though he made a point of distancing himself from the gang while disguised as Rawat. He tried to throw us off his tail by reporting his accomplices, giving him enough time to transform back into him and see his mother one last time. But there was one thing he hadn't anticipated. Even though Potten had been missing for a long time, we were very much still on the lookout for him. So, the moment he appeared in public after changing back to his original appearance, we caught him.
So he tried this once before, huh? Guess he really did want his mother to see him again. But in the end...
Looking at the interrogation records, it seems like he spent the first sum of money he earned as Rawat on his mother's treatment.
Yes, which is why I suspect that his initial motive for using the potion was not personal greed, but a desire to become somebody who had the power to save her. Even so, he went too far. In the end, he got what he deserved.
I understand. Thank you for bringing me these records.
Why did you want them anyway?
Potten was one of my patients, so I need to put together a medical file for him. My teacher always stressed that a person's life experiences are just as important to their file as their medical history.
Why are you still treating him like your patient? Isn't he kind of beyond redemption now?
That may be true.
Nope.
But a patient is a patient, regardless of the choices that bring them to my care.
One last thing, head nurse. Please keep everything you know about this potion a secret. It would be for the best if most of Fontaine knows nothing of its existence. I know my fellow officers and I will be able to sleep easier if that's the case.
Of course, not to worry.
Thank you for understanding. I'll take my leave then.
So, Seedween, did you really use that potion yourself?
Why do you sound so surprised, Paimon? I told you all about it. It was quite a while ago now.
You mean that story about the witch and the potion? So it was really, actually, genuinely a true story?
Yes, it really actually genuinely was.
But...
I know. There are some secrets I can't tell anyone about. But considering everything we've been through together, I know I can trust you with them. Before I tell you though, could you follow me somewhere? I want to pay my respects to an old friend.
Of course!
I wonder if Potten's mom was her friend. Oh, down here.
Oh, Nervalet and Risley, they're here too!
Good to see you, traveler. Paimon. I trust all has been going well for you?
Yes.
Big news, everyone. The Udex is out of his office on important business.
Risley.
Is that genuinely something people would consider big news?
Why wouldn't they? Important business is a big deal.
Ah, yes, you're quite right. When someone you care about requires emotional support, being there for them at the right time and place is of the utmost importance. After reading the Maréchal Phantom's reports, I had a feeling a trip here might be in order.
Take note. That, my friends, is how Monsieur Nervalet shows that he cares. We're both here for the same purpose, actually, to accompany Seedween as she pays her respects to her late teacher.
So the old friend she mentioned was her teacher then? The witch? Oh, sorry. Paimon didn't mean to be rude. It's only because Seedween calls her that all the time, so...
I doubt she considers that title to be offensive, Paimon. Don't worry.
Indeed. In fact, I believe Seedween would take it as a sign of affection. She has spoken of this doctor on many occasions, and it sounds like she was a truly generous individual. In those days, many people harbored prejudices against Melusines. She was the only teacher willing to take Seedween on as a student.
Yeah.
It's really nice of you two to be here for Seedween. Guess you guys really look out for your younger colleagues, huh?
Younger colleague?
Seedween.
Well, that might be true for the Udex, but I'm not sure I can say the same.
I was going to say, Seedween's much older than
Served
Risley.
a sentence in the fortress of Meripede hundreds of years ago, and after she did her time, she decided to stick around. She's been an integral part of our administration ever since. Strictly speaking, the head nurse has been around longer than most people in the fortress, myself included. Pretty sure that makes me the younger colleague.
She served a sentence?
Yes. Long before I became Udex, there was an ancient law in Fontaine that prohibited any attempt to transform another species into a human. Initially, I and most researchers believed this law to have been imposed due to ethical concerns. But now, it seems more likely that the law was nothing more than an insurance policy, a way for Egeria to ensure that her people would remain insulated from the truth, thus enabling them to lead more straightforward, happier lives.
Ignorance is bliss, as they say.
Seedween had her reasons for choosing to obtain a human form, but the act was nonetheless in clear violation of the law.
Could you tell us a little bit more about what happened back then?
Certainly. Siegeween does not object to her close friends learning about her history. In fact, I first learned of it myself because she confessed the truth to me of her own volition.
So it was against the law to change her appearance.
Even with their daughter so ill, they kicked you out? Stubborn as always. And prejudice isn't a disease I can cure either. Shame that I don't have the energy to get over there. You're laughable, you old witch. You want to save everyone in Fontaine, but you can't even save the patient before you.
Master, what are you?
I discovered a strange disease, one I suspect that every Fontainian suffers from. But without witnesses or proof, no one will believe me. I had no choice but to experiment on myself to find a cure. I hit a wall. And as you can see, it took a wretched toll on me.
Oh.
Then I'll find a cure for you, and then you can go cure her.
There's no need. I am beyond saving now. There's nothing you can do.
But, Master...
As I said before, a doctor's duty is to treat whatever ailments they can.
I know, but they don't trust me at all.
That girl. She's your first ever patient, isn't she? Tell me, what cost are you willing to bear to see her cured?
I'll do whatever it takes.
Even if it means breaking the law and being punished for it?
As long as I don't hurt anyone. Yes.
Spoken like a true student of mine. Then I shall make one more final gamble. And see my experiment through to its end. Leave me for now, and come back in 2 hours. If I am able to work this miracle, then I will have found a way to save all Fontainians, and I shall be able to help you treat that girl. If not, then it means there is one more disease in this world that I cannot treat. In that case, do not come looking for me. I will leave you a parting gift. An accidental discovery happened upon through my study of this strange disease. It has little use, but it will at least help you cure this one patient you can reach.
When Siegeween returned, the miracle had not occurred. She found a potion bottle and a note on the table. After using the potion as instructed, she gained her current form, breaking Fontaine's law in the process. And after I had confirmed the veracity of the events, I gave my verdict.
So that's what happened.
Teacher sacrificed herself, not that potion
I
behind.
fear Siegeween only understood the full story after the truth about the dissolution of Fontainians was uncovered. When I reflected on all this with that knowledge in hand, I felt a deep sense of regret. As I use the law to uphold justice, there are times when I cannot help but acknowledge its ruthlessness. After the final details of the events surrounding Siegeween's transformation came to light, I checked several sources and, thankfully, the legal code does not require Siegeween to shoulder any additional punishment.
Wonder how she feels about all this.
Since she invited you here, I imagine she intends to speak of these matters with you, no?
You're here.
Yep. I guessed.
The old friend I mentioned was my teacher. When she passed, Her body was nowhere to be found. All that's left of her is an empty tomb. And even that's deep underwater now.
Seedween, the witch who gave you the magic potion, she was your teacher, wasn't she?
Sounds like Monsieur Neuvillette filled you in.
After learning the truth, it must have been hard to process, huh?
Well, to be honest, after I realized what really happened that night, my first thought was that it kind of made sense. It seemed exactly like the sort of thing she would do.
But she was planning to sacrifice herself and never told you.
That's just who she was. If lying is what it took to get a kid to take their medicine, then that's what she'd do.
A truly great doctor.
Why did you turn yourself in?
I broke the law, simple as that. My teacher made her choice, and I made mine.
True. It's just the way Potton framed it when he was asking you all those questions, it made Paimon really mad. You're not like him at all, and everything Neuvillette said confirms that. And yet, you were still convicted and thrown in prison. It just feels so unfair.
Unfair? I happen to think just the opposite. If I hadn't served that time, I'm not sure I would have been able to stay strong when he was questioning me.
What makes you say that?
I knew you'd be curious. Let me tell you a story.
Okay. Story time. Story time with Seedween.
The verdict came down. This Melazine is guilty. Deudex defended the authority of Fontaine law, but he did not confiscate the Melazine's medical kit. And so, the Fortress of Meripede gained a new little doctor. She still wore her hood and raincoat, even though it never rained in the fortress. Perhaps thanks to her human appearance, no one refused her treatment. She treated more and more patients, and her sentence grew ever shorter. Finally, the people of the fortress could not live without her, and though her sentence ended, she did not leave them either. Then one day, she received an invitation from the outside world. The location seemed familiar, and when she arrived, an old lady was waiting for her. She saw right through the Melazine's disguise, but didn't reveal it. Instead, she asked a question.
Tell me, why do you think you gained the respect of so many people, despite being a Melazine?
Because I look like a human?
It's been 50 years, Seedween, and you haven't aged a day. I think everyone knows you are not human. I finally found you, after all these years. I still remember, you know. It was you who saved me that night.
But how? I was no longer a Melazine by then.
Does it really matter if you're human or Melazine? I remember the warmth of your palm. It's quite unmistakable. And you know what? It hasn't changed one bit. You don't have to hide anymore, Seedween. These days, everyone wants to make friends with Melazines. And I think that it's all because of you. I'm sorry I couldn't say this until now, but thank you, Dr. Melazine.
Now that's an ending Paimon can get behind.
After hearing everything Potton said, I wanted to tell him that it didn't matter who he looked like on the outside. But it was too late. The warmth in his palm had already disappeared. I tried to treat him, But the roots of his problem had nothing to do with his face. I
Shouldn't feel
understand.
bad.
Thanks, you two. I appreciate you being here for me while I talk this through.
Oh, it's nothing. Our pleasure.
Oh, there's one more reason I invited you here. It's about time I finally give you what I promised. In order to restore the appearances of the face-swapping victims, the Marechaussee Phantom gave me special permission to make a few bottles of that potion. And I made one extra just for you two.
We don't need it though. Shouldn't we destroy it?
Well, even if you chose to destroy it, I still thought I should give it to you first. You two did so much for me. How could I break my promise?
Well, fair enough, but anyway, Hyman's definitely not interested in this stuff anymore. Still, if this is the very last bottle in all of Teyvat, getting rid of it would feel like kind of a waste. Maybe we can give it a special meaning somehow. Oh, Paimon's got it! Melusine physiology wasn't affected by the Great Flood, right? So that means the potion should have a permanent effect on you. In that case, what do you say, Seedreen? Ever thought about transforming back to the way you used to look? After all, from a Melusine point of view, Paimon bets Melusines look the cutest of all.
Paimon, after everything, do you really think it matters whether I'm Melusine or a human?
What was Paimon thinking? You made up your mind a long time ago. Yeah, let's just destroy this thing.
Leave it to me.
Warmth of lies.
I'd like to stay here with my teacher for a little longer.
It was very interesting that she felt that she had to do that. Oh, they already left. Be in a world so discriminate that anyone trying to help just be cast away. Oh wait, we live in one of those worlds. Been that way for many years. Never going away. Friendship. 9, 5, 8. I'm gonna go to Sri Lanka. There's a quest here I need to do. Yes, I know. Sri Lanka is the not that. Is the temporary zone for the summer event. I spoke about it at the beginning. Most of my stuff's done here. There's a little bit of story left on this that I have, but most of what I'm doing here is just finishing off little pieces here and there. Ah, 2 more brave warriors step up to the plate. You play Boreal Flurry? Come on then, right this way. I'm looking forward to witnessing your unmatched powers of flight. Ooh, cool it, calm down. One needn't be cool in flight, dear guests, not at all. Cool head will immediately dull your senses of the wind. Only when the faces of the wind will prepare for the too prehensible. Flying squirrels nowadays are far too timid. They are unforgotten at the lost top. Safe spots. Yep, they're too frightened to lead. Branch. Alongside her hides this way. Ludicrous! Ludicrous, I say! This is a very energetic flying squirrel. That's where I find myself. Set up all sorts of devices in it. Only the bravest and boldest, most bellicose in flight shall best its course. You have required courage to your guests. Let's go! Fine then, follow me. The passage is not far from here. Go to challenge.
Let's light it up! I'm going in! Drop your weapons! Judgment!
Be your turn soon enough, big guy.
You asked for it! Let's light it up! Lights out. Teamwork is dreamwork!
I wonder what the music's gonna be for Natlan. So I really enjoyed the Fontaine music. Natlan seems it's gonna be like more South America defined. Is what I can tell. So it'll be way more upbeat, I believe. There it is.
Off we go!
I'm gonna shoot various targets, lock on. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Give me more targets. Oh, it's all left trigger for charge shots. Just made me miss some targets, you dang animal. Animal slime with the crown. Easy to get the points at this point. Testicle fabricate. We're gonna look at sake of moments. Boreal Flurry. Stage 1, stage 2. Oh, stage 2, stage 3. And why? 3 of these ones. Maximus counters for weekly score. Not that. We get a Kirara constellation because I already have her. Just need to make 15 more figurines. Oh yeah, looks like I can grab that one. Where are you, Kirara, my dear? Here you are. Already wearing her new outfit. T3 increases level of the meow. Meowdier kick by 3. Maximum. Oh, that's just the bubble. Steed of Skanata. Active character by critical transfer. No charge plunging attack or coordinate attack with enemies. Small cat crash. Cardamom. 200% of attack. Very interesting. 6. Yeah, 12% all elemental damage bonus for 15 seconds. Ooh, interesting. Your C6 is kind of worth it. Well, depending on what you're doing with her, but.
Adventure time.
Oh, it's down over here somewhere. For stage 2. Oh, it's down there. There it is. Yes, we know. We did this already one time. Shoot the bombs to blow up everything. Missed 2. So I shot the bombs too early. Get out of here, Slime King. Missed 3. So it still should be enough to get gold. Just need to go to Fabricator here. In the 3rd zone. Three stars, and all we got is 1 special. Two specials. And all the fabrications actually get to go to your... did we finish this one? All rewards claimed. All rewards claimed. Figurine fabrication. I don't know how many I have left to make now. I really just put whatever. There's no requirement on what you put. Doesn't matter what you do, you'll still get the full points for it. So if it's 30 per, we need 30, 60 is 90, so 15 more. And these stuff all show up on your housing list of items you can use at your houses. In your teapot. The teapot short and stout. Here's my handle, here's my spout. Don't become a sugar bowl. This area is kind of cool. Like, the little mechanics and stuff that they combine to it. You have to figure out, there's a lot of cool little things that they have here. I missed 2. No. Just one more. It's 3. I don't have a perfect score. Whatever will I do? Now it's done. Another 5. Can you get all of them without having... Golds on the other thing? So that puts me at 6 short. If I go here, see how much of the combat I actually have to do. To get the last. Okay. So this is the last one. This is the third one that gives you coins. Challenge rewards. It's like 5 there. See, there's 15 there. I need 6 more, which at 16.5 is 30. It's 5, 20, 25, 30. So I need to get... Yeah, you have to get gold on all of them. Let's see, we have Frost, Hydro, Dendro. I think I want to swap. I might be able to do with this one.
Coming at ya! Proper send-off! You're toast! Everybody stand back! Huh?
Here comes the finale.
Hey there! Let's light it up! Coming at ya! Booba, get the... Watch out! I'm going in!
Step right up.
Let's light it up! Eat this! Out of the frying pan! Hey there! Fire! Well...
And voila! A round of applause.
It's like doing the Abyss. Guy's never good at doing the Abyss.
Step right up. Let's get this show on the road.
This is why I really need the fires. This is the dude that like made it so that I was not getting
Where'd that come from? Oh, watch out! Fire!
many points here.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Step right up. A round of applause.
Watch out! Tap! Eat this!
Side 2.
Witness the power of Gwa. Look alive! Ha! Born of ice and frost. For Rex Lapis.
Lots off.
Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword.
Buckle up! No touching! Glaze over!
Certain point value that you have to hit. In the first one, it's kind of hard to hit. So you got enough on the second one.
Witness the power of Gwa. For Rex Lapis.
Let's get it on.
Don't be scared.
I don't think Daya has enough pyro application to do a good virgin.
Know my sword.
Buckle up. Hi.
Here's my opponent.
This is long overdue. Born of ice and frost.
Oh, we got up to silver. Cold's escaping. I might have to actually look up team structures for this. And then go back here. It's 3 more. Ugh. Rough. Alrighty, well that's as much I can do here. Three short. Which means 3 of those I have to hit. I think. Not this part. Wait, was it? Boreal Fury. Flurry. Light Glimmer. Where's the loot foe? That's the one I was looking at. 5, 10, 15. And that one just says. So that one doesn't matter. It's just 1, 2, and 3 that I need to get up. But that'll be. We're pretty much done for the day. find fate. More wishes. Oh, Teapot want. Oh, traveling. Oh, that's why it's highlighted. Sea of Bygone, Fontaine, Sumer. I think that'll about do it for today. We did 2 stories, ones that I accidentally started. But, let's see. Let me look at my list and see if there's anything that's gonna... 23. I think the 27th is the anticipated. So this has 10 days left on it. So 8, 9, 10. And this event has 31 days. And the battle pass is 29. Jeez. 7, 14, 28, 31, which is the 20th. So it's the anticipated drop of Natlan is August 27th, I believe. The next new game I have planned is not till the 12th, though. So, yeah. So my plan's like I'm probably gonna do one more Genshin stream because I do have Sinos and then Clarins to do story-wise. And I need to get those done before Natlan, which is the end of August. This is part of Summertide Skills, so that will go. That is easy. I'll just be doing that normal. Where I'm not, it's where I've done it with the rest. Where I like the rest, I haven't done it on stream at all. In fact, I was just kind of a little surprised that I was bouncing back to this one because I just barely jumped back to the game. It's one that I'm gonna take my time now that I came back, and not like go as hardcore as I did before. I was getting burned out between this and 14 and all the stuff I was doing between the two. But I wasn't finding stuff to do other stuff and have fun still. And so I've been doing it a little bit more, but as soon as I can get a couple things out, like now that I got those 2 out of the way, and then the other 2 once they're out of the way, and then Summertime Scales I'm almost done with. So I just can kind of just quickly relax and prep for Natlan. And do the Natlan stuff when it comes out. But still take my time with it and stuff. Very interested in seeing what they'll do with Natlan. Does look like a very interesting area. I mean, they've done a good thing with every individual area. Natlan's going to be very South America vibes as far as I can tell from looking at it. They're bringing in some new mechanics and other stuff as well, so it'll be a very interesting area, to say the least. And looks like it'll be a lot of fun. But thanks everyone for coming along on this one. I'll get the two broken up as well. This will go up on the. This will go up as the full to the onto my YouTube, and then I'll get the others two broken down into their parts as well. But thanks everyone for coming along. Don't forget to drop a follow if you're liking the content. I do have lots of other content. I do have other content that I have planned, so just keep an eye out for new games and stuff like that. There's some interesting new games coming out, so. But thanks everyone for coming along, and we'll see you on Monday for some Immortals Phoenix Rising, and we'll continue on with the fun. I don't know when this will pop back up on the list, because like I said, I'll do one more stream with Genshin, but I don't know when, so I want to get some other stuff covered. But yeah, like I said, thanks for coming along, and we'll see you next time.